The beginning of the story, we're introduced to a kingdom called Calcium Paya, whose capital is Milan City. Today, there's big news at Milan College. The Crown Prince has transferred here to complete his studies. He arrives at the college, radiating energy. Reporters gather all around, and students rush toward him like fans. They shout, "Duan, love you, and the king is back!" Reporters start asking questions. One asks, "Your Highness, why did you choose Milan College for your transfer?" Another asks, "Is this transfer related to your future bride?" Dunn solemnly replies, "We transferred to Milan College because we want to understand our people and their way of life more closely." Everyone appreciates his answer. Then a reporter asks, "Have you thought about finding your life partner here?" All the girls perk up and listen carefully. Duan replies sincerely, "Maybe because the girls at Milan Academy are really cute." All the students are impressed and start praising him to each other. After a while, Duan says, "Thank you all for welcoming me with so much love. I'm truly happy." Then he heads toward the academy thinking, finally the show of being an angel is over. A little later, our second main character, Chang Xing, enters the scene. He's currently stuck between the guards. "Strangers are not allowed close," says one guard. "Please don't assume things, big brother," replies Chang Xing. "I'm a student here, not a stranger." The guards look at his torn clothes, messy hair, and the injury on his neck. "You don't look like a student," they say. Chang Xing calls out to a girl passing by. "Hey, Utam, tell them I'm a student of this academy." The girl submits a form and asks, "Is he a traveler?" "No, he's coming from school," she replies. The guards realize he's a famous student, second grade, but with a weird kind of popularity. Later, a teacher named Mr. Lee is lost in thought. "Duan, Duan, Duan!" His phone is filled with news about the prince. He wonders, who wrote this? An angel who came into the human world? Palms in winter? Nonsense worms? He thinks Duan looks like a driver from Kishangar wearing a lungi. While thinking, Chang Xing notices something and hides behind a wall. He wonders, what is the royal doing here? Meanwhile, Crown Prince Duan notices a student carrying papers and thinks, that's her. A flashback shows someone handing Duan a photo of a girl and saying, her name is Hee Jo. She studies at Milan College. She's the only daughter of Uncle Bol, the owner. If she becomes a princess, Minister Bol will never be able to challenge you. The scene shifts to Preet entering the Royal Highness's office and asking if he needs help. Seeing the pile of documents, she laughs and says she'll manage. Duan says goodbye and walks ahead. As he passes the monitor, he secretly signals his guards. His plan is to intentionally make the monitor fall so he can heroically save her and win admiration. Just then, Chang Xing arrives and ruins Duan's setup. He notices the trick and steps in, preventing the monitor from falling. Duan's fake hero moment is shattered. The guards try to strike Chang Xing, but miss. They keep trying, but he dodges every move. He's fast, alert, and not easy to catch. A teacher rushes over and asks Duan if he's okay. She walks toward the monitor, but Chang Xing says, "Why did you run away from me? Let's go. Your eyes, are they okay? Get them checked. Be thankful you have someone like me." She replies, "No need to say anything. I don't understand you," and starts yelling, "This is the last period and you're still standing here chatting with me? Do you want to get hit?" Chang Xing thinks to himself, I can't explain anything until I show her. Duan orders a background check and finds out the boy's name is Chang Xing, age 19. He's known as a thug at Milan College. Students and teachers are afraid of him. It's said he once handled all major fights and defeated every gangster in Milan City. Some even call him a monster. That's why Chang Xing has no friends in college. Everyone fears him, and no one thinks well of him. All over social media, news was flooded about Prince Duan's transfer. Even his school uniform was trending. The transfer was a hot topic everywhere. His secretary said, "Your school transfer is leaving a positive impression on the public." Everyone believed His Highness had a kind heart, choosing to take admission in a public college instead of using royal privileges. Soon, a documentary about campus life was planned for release. The interview was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. The secretary asked Duan something, but he didn't respond. She stood there, lost in thought. The secretary was deeply worried about Duan. The world around him was changing, and he seemed more unhappy each day. She thought, I've never seen Duan like this. When he was younger, he didn't always stay with the Emperor. But whenever he returned, it felt like watching the rising sun. His smile was that warm and radiant. How wonderful it would be if he were still like that. It's heartbreaking that those days are gone. The Emperor had passed away too soon, and the Minister of State took control. Duan's young age was used against him. He was forced to sign a document stating that his future bride would hold power until he became special enough. That's how the political movement gained strength. But over time, only one thing stood in Duan's way: a palace that felt like a battlefield of human corpses. To challenge the bride, Duan had to survive many things. Only 3 months remained until he turned 20. "In my opinion," the secretary said, "don't worry about this treatment. You must accept it first. Besides, we just need to marry the only daughter of fast typing, and all national economic power will be in our hands." Unaware of the secretary's thoughts, Duan was checking Changxing's data. He found out that Changxing's guardians were his grandparents, and his grandfather had passed away. Just then, Duan noticed through the car window that Changxing was beating up some people, and they were begging him for forgiveness. Duan thought, "This boy is doing all this near the school, but dealing with people like them is easy. We'll handle him tomorrow." Duan's car drove away. The beaten men cried, "Stop! Let us go! Don't fight!" They warned Changxing, "If you don't want to die, run away." Then they threatened him, "We'll deal with you later." Changxing replied, "Fine, I'll remember you all." Then he turned to one of them and said, "If you don't know how to fight, just run. Why do you let yourself suffer?" The boy said, "Thank you for saving me. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Whenever I see danger, my legs start shaking. I don't understand anything. I'm not strong like you." Changxing replied, "I became strong by working alone at the palace, doing boxing and working a part-time job. I know how to punch. This scar is proof. Say thank you and you'll become like me." "Come on, friends," Changxing said. "Let's act now, whether you're interested or not." The boy replied, "I don't have a building." Changxing said, Okay, I'll come, don't worry." The boy smiled and said, "Okay, let's meet at the gym. Trust me, I'll help you build a six-pack in 1 month." Changxing thought, "This boy isn't as bad as people say." At 11 p.m., Changxing returned to the boxing gym. He was lying on the brigade floor. His work was done. His room was small but filled with amazing things. He received his salary this month, which would at least cover his next semester's fees. Just then his phone rang. "I'm fine, I miss you a lot too." "Yes, I got a part-time job. You don't need to worry about me. I earn well, and the room I live in is bigger than a hotel, where they serve potato dishes. So please don't stay up all night doing embroidery. Rest well, don't worry about me." His grandma was still concerned. She worried that because of the trouble Changxing caused due to his grandpa, he might face problems in college. Changxing interrupted. No, everyone likes me. I have many friends in college, and many people want to be friends with me. Don't worry." Okay, he said. "Yes, check the food alarm." Then Changxing returned to his room and thought, "How nice it would be if I truly had friends." The next morning, Changxing went to Milan College. All the students started greeting him with, "Good morning, Changxing." Changxing was confused. Why was everyone greeting him like this? Just then he saw Crown Prince Duan and thought, this must be the reason. Duan was staring at him intensely, but he didn't respond. In the end, someone handed Changxing a gift. Inside was a note that read, "For our friend at Milan College." That meant the gift was from Duan. Because of this unexpected gesture, Changxing becomes very confused. He thinks, first he wanted to fight me. He was always looking for reasons to pick a fight. And now, all of a sudden, he wants to be friends. What does this even mean? Meanwhile, Duan is watching Changxing's expressions closely. He thinks, looks like he received the gift. Duan greets Changxing with a good morning and thinks to himself, let's see how he reacts to this. Changxing pretends like the gift doesn't matter to him. "I'm sleepy. I didn't sleep well last night," he says. But deep down, it's been a long time since he received any gift. He never had any real friends. He quietly opens the gift and reads the note inside. It says, "We want to apologize for yesterday and extend a hand of friendship. Do we have the honor of being your friend? We'll wait for your reply. My name is Duan." Changxing thinks, I thought this friendship thing was just a joke. But this feels real. Maybe I misunderstood him. He becomes restless, unsure of what to think. Changxing was feeling a little shy about the gift. He kept glancing at it but didn't open it right away. His expression was quiet and he looked a bit unsure. From a distance, Duan was watching him. Seeing Changxing react like that made Duan find him even more charming. He couldn't help but smile a little. Then their eyes met. For a brief moment, they just looked at each other. But almost instantly, both of them looked away, slightly embarrassed. Neither of them said anything, but something had definitely changed between them. Duan thought, "Why is my heart beating like this?" Changxing wondered, "Why do I feel so nervous? What is this feeling?" A little while later, the teacher announces the end of class. Changxing stands up and says, "Duan, I wanted to thank you, but Duan is no longer there. He's gone to prepare for his live broadcast." A classmate says, "Prince, your live stream is starting in an hour. Please get ready." Duan thinks about Changxing. "I'll wait for the moment when you open that kit and give me your response." Meanwhile, Changxing walks down the hallway. He says to himself, "I always used to tell Grandma that I had lots of friends. But finally, I have one. If I ever get to meet Grandma again, she'll be so happy. And when she finds out that my friend is a prince, I'll take him to my village. We'll catch frogs together, drink fresh cow's milk, and yeah, we'll even eat mango pickle from the jar. And we'll sleep side by side under the stars. Wouldn't that be amazing?" Changxing was still thinking about everything. He said to himself, "What am I even thinking? This is happening way too fast. He's the crown prince. Would he really come to my village with me? Carrying his royal identity? I must be losing it." While Changxing was lost in his thoughts, a group of boys suddenly snatched the gift box from his hands. One of them said, "What are you thinking?" "Can't you see it's Changxing?" Another added, "These are the same guys who were bothering that kid yesterday." Changxing stepped forward and said, "Give it back." One boy mocked him. "You're even more clueless than that kid from yesterday." He pretended to be scared and said, "Oh no, I dropped it." Then he threw the gift box to the ground. He ran toward the gift. The others joined in. Everyone beat him up. But Changxing wasn't focused on the fight. His eyes were only on the gift. He rushed toward it, ignoring the punches. One boy hit him on the head with a school vest. Blood started dripping from Changxing's forehead. But finally he grabbed the gift. He thought to himself, "Good. It didn't break." Then he looked at the gift closely. Inside was a dog collar. On it was written, "You'll always be alone online." All the boys burst out laughing. One said, "Wow, I didn't know people treat dog collars like treasure. Are you trying to become a dog?" Another added, "Just thinking about it makes me laugh. He was so happy to get this gift. Turns out he was mocking you. Someone like you can't have friends." Another boy said, "You fight us like we're the bad ones, but your reputation is already ruined." Someone else chimed in, "I've heard that all the students in your college treat you like a virus. They hide when you show up." Hearing all this, Changxing's anger kept rising. His jaw tightened and his teeth clenched. The scene shifts. Outside Prince Duan's room, a crowd had gathered for his live broadcast. Everything was ready. Someone called out, "You can come out now. The lights are on." "Why is the door still closed? Is everything okay?" The live stream was filling up, but Duan hadn't appeared yet. People kept asking, "Say something." But Duan couldn't speak. Inside the room, Changxing had covered Duan's mouth. He had tied Duan's hands using the same dog collar that had been given to him as a gift. Outside, voices kept calling. Inside, Changxing looked at Duan and said, "You gave me this collar." "What did it mean?" Changxing looked at Duan and said, "Why did you give me that collar? Do you think I'm a problem?" Duan stayed quiet for a moment, then said, "In every group of 3, there's always one who ends up being the dog. It's a competition for monitor, and we're here to win. So tell me, who became the dog?" Changxing's expression changed. He stepped closer and asked, "So you think I'm the dog? Then why did you talk about friendship?" Duan turned away and said coldly, "Listen, Changxing, we don't need friends. We just wanted to see you on your knees. We were playing with you, that's all." Changxing looked stunned. "I thought you were serious. That's why I thought maybe we could be friends," he said quietly. "You're dreaming in broad daylight," Duan replied. "When I was 5, everyone left me. Since then, I've only played this game." Changxing grabbed Duan by the collar and said, "I just wanted to ruin your perfect face. Outside the room, Duan's secretary was waiting. "How long do we have to wait for the Crown Prince?" she asked. "There are already over 900,000 people watching the live stream. Some of them are from major media outlets. Just stay calm," someone replied. "He'll be here soon." Inside the room, Duan asked, "What are you going to do?" Chang Xing replied, "People like you, they think they're untouchable." Then, in a moment of rage, Chang Xing cut Duan's neck, not deep enough to kill, but enough to leave a scar that would always remind Duan of this moment. "I'll teach you a lesson," Chang Xing said. "One you'll never forget. You think someone like you could challenge me? You think you just walk away after this?" Duan looked at him calmly. "As you wish. I'll stay right here, right next to you. Let them come. Let them enjoy the show." And then, by accident, Chang Xing kissed Duan. He froze. "What did I just do?" he whispered. "I was just trying to teach him a lesson. But why does this feel good?" The staff had arrived to prepare for the live broadcast. "Don't worry," one of them said. "Everything is ready. We're opening the door now." The secretary announced, "Finally, we're going live. Audience, please stay calm. Let's begin the countdown. Prince Duan is about to appear." Everyone started counting down. 9, 8. Inside, Duan was panicking. "No, this can't happen," he thought. "If they see me like this, the entire royal family's reputation will be ruined." 7, 6, 5. "There will be no escape," Duan whispered. "No, I won't let this happen." Suddenly, he pushed Chang Xing. But the push caused Duan to fall right on top of Chang Xing. And just then, the door opened. Duan's eyes filled with tears. Chang Xing looked at him and wondered, why is he crying? Outside, the crowd cheered, "Welcome, Prince!" But then they saw the two of them in that moment, tangled together. People started whispering, "This is big news! Quick, take photos! Post it fast!" The secretary rushed in. "Please calm down! Turn off the cameras! Stop recording! This is just a misunderstanding. The Crown Prince was simply playing with his friend. Please settle down." But the live audience had already seen everything. Comments started flooding in. People were asking all kinds of questions. Is the prince pure? Is he homosexual? Is this how royalty behaves during a protest? What kind of example is he setting? These questions triggered memories for Duan. He remembered his childhood. How people used to question him even then. "You're just a child. You don't belong here. You're not worthy of leading. Go back to your widowed mother." Duan was lost in those painful memories. Meanwhile, the staff whispered, "Behind us is the Crown Prince and his new friend." Were they playing together? Reporters and students started crowding around Chang Xing. Someone asked him directly, "Chang Xing, what's going on?" Chang Hang replied, "I'm sorry. We're not friends. To be honest, he's not worthy of my friendship." And with that, he walked away from Duan. Duan stood frozen. "Prince, are you okay?" someone asked. "Should we call an ambulance?" Duan whispered, "I won't make any more mistakes and then get suddenly faint." Later at the palace, Duan lay in his room. He looked restless, as if trapped in a strange dream. Suddenly he saw a vision. Chang Xing stood before him and said, "This time I won't leave you." Ow! He saw himself sitting on the throne, and Chang Xing was kneeling in front of him, wearing the same collar that had come in the gift box. "This time I won't let you go," Chang Xing said. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Let me go to the airport." Duan couldn't understand why Chang Xing was saying all this. He asked, "Chang Xing, what are you doing here?" In the dream, Chang Xing said, "Don't pretend. You tied me up." Duan looked around and realized the collar was still around his neck. This must be a dream, he thought. But even if it's a dream, now you'll pay. Chang Xing grabbed Duan by the collar. "Why won't you apologize?" he shouted. "You're the monster of Milan College." He pulled Duan closer again. "You love hurting people, don't you?" Chang Xing said. Duan reached out toward Chang Xing's face, trying to control him. "Come closer," Duan said. "Show me all your skills. Entertain me, and maybe I'll let you go." He pulled Chang Xing toward him. Chang Xing laughed and grabbed Duan's hand. The scene shifted. Now Duan was lying on a bed with Chang Xing on top of him. Duan asked, "When did I get free?" Chang Xing smiled and said, "Isn't this what you wanted, Your Royal Highness? Don't blame me now." He pulled off Duan's jacket. "This is just a dream," Duan thought. But how did I end up like this? It's the same feeling I had yesterday. I need to wake up. Changxing leaned in, trying to kiss Duan. But Duan turned and kissed him back. Changxing said, "You're still holding a grudge, aren't you?" "Don't act so cold," he added. "I was just trying to be honest." Duan replied, "No, this isn't right. We can't do something so shameful." Changxing moved closer and said, "Then what about yesterday? You were the one who made me feel something." Duan thought, "Have I lost my mind?" Changxing grabbed Duan's face and said, "You once said that in every group there's always one person who ends up alone. But that doesn't mean it has to be me. You and I, we could be together." He leaned in and kissed Duan again. "No, this is wrong," Duan said. Changxing, "Stop, let go of me." Changxing smiled. "I'm only holding one of your hands. You like boys, don't you?" Duan snapped. "Nonsense!" Changxing teased. "So you don't like girls? That means you only like me." "Stop this!" Duan shouted. "I'm from the royal family. I can't do this." But Changxing kissed him again and whispered, "Relax, it's just a dream." "Let it happen." Suddenly, Duan woke up. "Why did I have that dream?" he wondered. "Maybe it's because I've been single for so long." But why was Changxing in it? He was still lost in thought when the scene changed. We now see Duan's mother, Queen Kulin, speaking to the royal staff. "Where's Duan?" she asked. A servant replied, "He's in his room. It's already 6 o'clock. The queen entered and said, "You were in the nursing home yesterday. What happened? You caused such a mess. Tell me everything. Some media outlets are saying it was you. Do you realize how hard it will be to claim royal succession now?" She paused, then looked at Duan seriously. "People are starting to think you're gay, and it's affecting your reputation." Duan lowered his head. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble." The queen replied, "I've already handled everything. The situation is under control. To fix this, I'm organizing a party. Invite all your school friends. Let the public see that you're socially connected and open with others. It'll send the right message." Duan nodded. "I'll do it." Then he thought to himself, "Will Changxing be there tomorrow?" The chapter opens with Changxing holding the small boy with glasses from behind. The boy was struggling and calling for help. Changxing said, "Who are you waiting for? You have to learn to protect yourself." The boy hesitated, closed his eyes, and tried to punch Changxing. Changxing intentionally fell back. Then he laughed and said, "That was a good punch. Now you can take down any bully." The boy smiled shyly. Changxing added, "Just show a little courage and don't stop swinging. That's all it takes." Just then, outside the gym, Changxing heard a news report playing on a TV. According to news, Crown Prince Duan was soon hosting a small party and had invited all his classmates. The little boy turned to Changxing and asked, "Are you going too? You're one of the prince's classmates, right?" Changxing thought for a moment. "Even if he begs me, I'm not going," he said aloud. But in his mind, he was conflicted. He cut my neck once. If I go, will he even look at me? Or will he try to trap me again? Then suddenly Changxing shouted, "No, I'm going. I'm going to the palace right now." As he rushed out, someone called from behind, "Changxing, wait!" It was the owner of the boxing team, Boss Mu. He thought to himself, "If Changxing wants to go, that makes things easier for me." Boss Mu asked, "You're going in those clothes?" "At least change first, Cinderella." The scene shifted to the palace, where fireworks lit up the sky. Crown Prince Duan looked stunning in his royal attire. Everyone's eyes were on him. The staff instructed the crowd, "Please don't crowd. Approach the prince one by one." Students were allowed to give Duan gifts and take photos with him. Duan posed politely with his classmates, but his mind was elsewhere. Why hasn't Changxing come yet? He wondered. Is he late? Or maybe he was never invited. Maybe it's better this way, he thought. At least he won't cause trouble. A girl nearby said, "Your Highness, everyone's going inside. Let's go too." Duan nodded, but his thoughts were still on Changxing. Suddenly, the staff rushed in. "Your Highness, you need to focus. The next arrangement is your responsibility." Duan snapped out of it. "I was thinking about Changxing, but I can't afford to make any mistakes today." Just then, Duan and his secretary noticed a commotion at the palace gate. Someone was speeding in on a motorcycle, breaking the rules. "Stop him!" the guards shouted. "Get him off that bike." But then the rider removed his helmet. It was Chang Xing. Time seemed to freeze. Even from a distance, something about him felt incredibly close. There was something undeniable. A guard asked, "Are you a classmate?" "Show your invitation," Chang Xing replied. "I don't have one." The secretary said, "I'm sorry, without an invitation you can't enter." Just then, Chang Xing pulled out a badge. The secretary and staff were shocked. "This is the royal guest badge," he said. "Can I come in now?" The staff stepped aside. "Please welcome our royal guest." Everyone made way as Chang Xing walked in with a calm smile. Wearing a crimson coat and red shirt, he looked incredibly handsome. Boss Mu had given Chang Xing the golden badge. Duan tried to stay composed. "He's just a classmate. Act like a prince," he smiled politely. Chang Xing, however, ignored him and started walking past. Just then, the reporters and secretary called out, "Classmate Chang Xing, please give your gift to His Highness and take a photo." Chang Xing paused. "Gift?" he asked, looking at Duan. Duan tried to act indifferent. Chang Xing walked up to Duan, touched his hair, and said, "I already gave you my gift yesterday, remember?" "How was that?" "Tasted good, didn't it?" Everyone turned to look at them. Chang Xing smiled, placed his hand on Duan's shoulder, and said, "If you want anything else, I can only offer myself." And just then, the camera clicked. At the royal palace, guests were waiting for the party to begin. Everyone was chatting and enjoying the atmosphere. Suddenly, an announcer stepped forward and said, "Please settle down. We welcome you all to tonight's celebration. The party is about to begin. As tradition goes," she continued, "the first dance with your chosen partner leaves a lasting impression. I believe each of you has someone special in mind." As the dance announcement was made, whispers spread across the room. "Who will the prince choose for his first dance?" "Is that even a question?" one girl said. "Of course he'll choose me." Another replied, "How can you be so sure? I saw something in the news about Chang Xing and the prince." "Quiet," someone interrupted. "That was just a rumor. It's over now." "Don't talk nonsense," another added. "Don't drag our prince's name into this." Meanwhile, Chang Xing leaned toward the monitor and said, "Keep your eyes open. I'm sure the prince will invite you to dance. Do something." The monitor replied, "I think the person who was lying on the floor with the prince that day, the one who kissed him, that's who he'll choose." "I don't think so," someone snapped. "This is all nonsense. I told you, I don't even like looking at people's faces." The monitor smiled and said, "Then be careful, because from my experience, every pairing I predict ends up happening." Just then, Chang Xing was chatting with Juju, his hand casually resting on her shoulder. Prince Duan noticed this from the staircase and clenched his jaw. He thought, "Chang Xing, you think too highly of yourself. How dare you touch the shoulder of the future princess?" Chang Xing looked up and saw Duan. He smiled and thought, "Beautiful. I think you finally understand what I'm trying to say. The monitor is part of my production." Duan glanced at the reporters. How could they print such ridiculous stories? How could they think a prince would fall for someone like him? "No matter what you do," Duan thought, "you won't ruin my dance with Juju tonight." Then Duan walked straight up to Chang Xing and grabbed his hand. He actually wanted to pull Chang Xing's hand off Juju's shoulder. But to everyone else, it looked like he was inviting Chang Xing to dance. The crowd gasped. Even Queen Colleen stared at Duan in shock. "Is this a dream?" someone whispered. No one could believe it. Prince Duan had chosen Chang Xing for the first dance. But Duan hadn't meant to. He realized something had gone wrong. "No, this isn't what I wanted," he thought. He quickly let go of Chang Xing's hand. "What am I doing? Even if I lose control, I can't make this kind of mistake." Chang Xing thought, was my hand just on Juju's shoulder? Or was it something more? Duan tried to recover. "There's still time. I can fix this." He walked toward Juju and asked, "Would you like to have the first dance with me?" But Juju had already made her choice. She held her friend's hand and said, "Your Highness, I already have a partner. I'm sorry." Duan hadn't expected that. The other girls in the room were now hopeful. "Maybe I'll be next," one whispered. "He must have seen something special in me. He's definitely going to choose me," another said. "Please, Prince, look this way." "Stop dreaming," someone teased. "He'll pick someone else. Find your own partner or you'll be left alone." True, another agreed. If we don't pair up now, we won't get to dance. Can I dance with you? One girl asked. Sure, her friend replied. But stay away from Changxing. He's bad news. I'd never dance with him, she said. He's unlucky. As everyone paired up, only Duan and Changxing were left standing. The monitor walked up to Duan and said, Your Highness, Changxing doesn't have a partner. He didn't even have an invitation. But he still rushed here. Do you know why? It was just to see you. Duan paused, touched by her words. He looked at Changxing. Changxing thought, At least the monitor is on my side. My task is complete. It doesn't matter if I dance or not. Duan gathered his courage and walked up to Changxing. There were a lot of misunderstandings between us, he said. I hope we can clear things up tonight. I don't know how, he added. But if you don't want to dance, Changxing thought, I should dance with you. Because if I don't, you'll keep chasing the monitor. It's better if I dance with you myself. All right, he said. I'll do it. Queen Colleen watched in disbelief. Has my son lost his mind? She said. He's dancing with the same boy who was involved in a scandal just 2 days ago. Has he forgotten what this party is for? The royal advisor stepped in. Your Majesty, please stay calm. His Highness is very thoughtful. If he's doing this, there must be a reason. The Queen sighed. Looks like I'll have to step in myself. On the dance floor, Changxing accidentally stepped on Duan's foot. Sorry, he said. It's okay, Duan replied. Then it happened again. Sorry, Changxing said. My mistake. Again. Duan couldn't hold back his frustration. This is the 16th time, he snapped. What do you want me to do? Changxing replied. I don't know how to dance like this. And with that, the music played, and the moment froze. Everyone expected Prince Duan to lead Changxing in a graceful dance, but Changxing had other plans. He stepped forward and said, Let me take the lead. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed Duan like a female dance partner. Duan blinked in disbelief. What are you doing? He whispered. I'm warning you, don't act crazy. But Changxing pulled him closer and said, Relax, you can trust me. He began dancing in Nishan Singh's wild, playful style. Isn't this fun? He laughed. Duan couldn't focus on anything else. His entire attention was on Changxing. Meanwhile, the monitor whispered to her friend, Look at His Highness. He looks so happy dancing with Changxing. Her friend nodded. They actually look great together. Maybe the rumors are true. Just then, a girl approached the monitor. Miss Juhi, she said. His Highness is waiting for you in the garden. The monitor paused. What's wrong? Was I supposed to be his first dance? Why is he calling me to the garden now? She thought. I need a plan. Fine. Send Changxing first. Then I'll make my move. Meanwhile, in the garden, Changxing wandered alone. Changxing was confused. What does that even mean? He thought. I'm starting to feel nervous. Suddenly, Changxing noticed a gift hanging from a tree branch. A gift? He said. Is this from the monitor? What's inside? He opened it. Inside was a doll dressed exactly like Prince Duan. What is this supposed to mean? He thought. Are they threatening to replace the monitor? Or just her head? These royal people have such strange games. Then he spotted another gift nearby. This one had the upper half of the same doll. Changxing smirked. So this is a game now? All right, I'll play. He picked up the piece. Got it. Now where's the next clue? He walked further and found another part, a single leg. Just one leg? Who's going to want a puppet like this? He kept searching and found more pieces. Eventually, he had all the parts, except heart. Where's your heart, little doll? He asked. He looked at the doll again. The more I look at this thing, the cuter it gets, he thought. Wait a minute. The hairstyle, the outfit, the eye color. This doll looks exactly like... The scene shifted. Prince Duan stood alone, thinking, so that's how it ended on the dance floor. We didn't even finish the dance. I hope no one misunderstood. There's still time. I can fix this. He picked up the gift in his hand. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around thinking it was Monitor. But it wasn't. The scene shifted again. A maid approached Queen Colleen. Your Majesty, we've followed all your instructions. Everything is ready. Very good, the Queen said. 20 years ago, someone proposed to me the same way, with a treasure hunt. That's how I found my true love. Even though Duan's marriage is political, I still want him to find happiness. Just like that doll brought joy into my life, I hope it brings joy into his. True love, that's what matters. Back in the garden, Changxing proudly held the doll. If I'm right, he said, this last gift, it's the doll's hand, isn't it? I knew it. This doll, it's Duan. And this thread, it's the same one from the palace. He walked toward Duan and said, are you about to give me your heart? Duan snapped, don't be ridiculous. You're insulting His Highness. But then Duan suddenly remembered his dream. What are we doing? He thought. Why did I say that? This isn't right. This feels like a dream. But it's real. He can't be that cruel. Prince Duan was lost in his thoughts, imagining strange scenarios. His face turned completely red. He quickly moved away from anything electronic and tried to calm himself down. Changxing saw Duan like this for the first time. He looked at him and thought, so even this uptight prince gets shy like that? He smiled to himself. All right, I won't tease him anymore. Then Changxing said, if you really like the monitor, stop acting so weird. Come here, I'll show you what you should do. He grabbed Duan from behind and sat him down at the table. You need to be direct. Girls like straightforward guys. Duan was stunned. Are you crazy? But in his mind, he thought, his tone, his actions, they're exactly like the ones in my dream. Changxing leaned in and said, why are you so nervous? I'm just teaching you how to approach someone directly. Girls like confidence. Duan looked disappointed. In the dream, he never talked about anyone else but me. Then Changxing asked, you like the monitor, don't you? Duan snapped, why do you care so much? Changxing was confused. Why is he suddenly angry? Duan thought, how could I say something like that? What did I just do? He tried to explain himself. Don't misunderstand. I care about the monitor. I'm just confirming things, and that's all. Changxing replied. Don't get me wrong either. The monitor is the only person in school who treats me like a normal student. I see her like a sister. For some reason, hearing that made Duan feel a little more relaxed. Then Changxing added, when I was younger, I promised someone I'd marry them. So you don't need to worry. I'm not interested in anyone. Changxing rushed to him. What happened? Are you okay? Duan collapsed. Changxing held him. Duan, wake up. Are you all right? Say something. Slowly, Duan opened his eyes. Don't worry, Changxing said gently. I'm here. But Duan didn't see Changxing. Instead, he saw a child standing in front of him. Duan thought, he already made a promise. He's not interested in anyone. That made him feel strangely disappointed. Changxing noticed. You don't look okay. Are you feeling sick? Duan turned away and said, just leave me alone. Changxing thought, what did I do wrong? He changes moods like flipping a switch. Maybe I need to worry about his future marriage. Trying to lighten the mood, Changxing said, hey, if I leave, who's going to teach you how to impress the monitor? Duan replied, I don't need your help. Changxing smirked. Wow, you got defensive fast. Do you really love her or not? Duan said. Why are you even asking? You're not Nishan Singh. How will you ever lead a country? That's none of your business, Duan snapped. Fine, Changxing said. I'll leave, but at least give me your heart. I don't want to walk away empty-handed. Duan was startled. Stop joking. He lost his temper. Just go, please. Changxing turned away angrily. Fine, I'm leaving. You clearly don't care. Just then, fireworks lit up the sky. Changxing paused. Fireworks? He turned around and stood still, watching them. He stood right in front of Duan, mesmerized. This is beautiful, he said softly. I never got to see things like this when I was little. I used to live in a small village. Duan didn't respond, but he thought, if this makes him happy, then maybe it's okay. He looked at Changxing quietly. Suddenly, a spark from the fireworks hit the curtains. The venue began to fill with smoke. Seeing the fire, Duan was hit with memories from his childhood. He remembered being scared, hiding in a corner, calling for help. He panicked again, just like back then. Help! Somebody help! Changxing rushed to him. What happened? Are you okay? Duan collapsed. Changxing held him. Duan, wake up! Are you all right? Say something. Slowly, Duan opened his eyes. Don't worry, Changxing said gently. I'm here. But Duan didn't see Changxing. Instead, he saw a child standing in front of him. The chapter begins with a flashback to Duan's childhood. He was terrified by the fire and couldn't move. Suddenly, a young boy appeared and lifted Duan onto his back. "Don't worry," the boy said. "I'll get you out of here. Don't cry, we're going to be okay." The boy was small but brave. He carried Duan through the smoke and out of danger. Once outside, Duan was still crying. The boy hugged him tightly and said, "It's okay now. I'm here. Don't be scared." The scene shifted back to the present. Chang Xing was holding Duan, trying to calm him down. "You're safe now," he said. "Everything's okay. Just breathe." Duan slowly came back to his senses. He looked at Chang Xing and whispered, "Little potato." Chang Xing was confused. "Did he just call me little potato? Are you all right?" he asked. "You look terrified. What happened?" He kept asking questions. "Don't be afraid. If you're sick, it can be treated. But you keep everything locked inside. Why are you hiding so much from your own heart?" "Okay, maybe we're not friends," he added. "But I'll still listen. Everyone has good days and bad days. If something's bothering you..." Before he could finish, Duan snapped. "My biggest problem right now is you. Why are you making so much noise? If you'd just stay quiet, I'd feel a lot better." Chang Xing didn't flinch. Instead, he gently covered Duan's mouth and said, "I actually like you more when you're yelling at me." Duan's eyes narrowed. "Do you have a death wish?" Chang Xing smiled. "To the world, you're calm and composed, but I'm the only one who knows your real face." Duan was stunned. He grabbed Chang Xing's collar. "Oh, so you want to fight?" Chang Xing said. And just like that, they started bickering like cats and dogs. Suddenly, Duan sniffed the air. "What's that smell?" Chang Xing said. "Oh, you forgot? There's no guard here. We're alone." They both started trying to put out the fire themselves. Later that night, exhausted, Chang Xing collapsed onto the bed. He looked at the doll beside him, the one that resembled Duan. Chang Xing said, "He's so cute, but it's sad it's broken. Good night, little prince." The scene shifted. Duan sat alone, holding a heart of the doll. He thought to himself, "My father won my mother's heart by proposing her like this, but in my case, I got Chang Xing. Whether it's a dream or reality, he keeps haunting me. I don't want to be tied to him like this. But why does he always remind me of my little potato?" Duan drifted into memories again. In the flashback, the child asked, "Why are you crying? Did you get hurt? Show me your knee, your hands, your feet." Duan replied, "My face. It got burned a little." The child gently kissed the burned spot. Duan froze. "What are you doing?" he whispered. You kissed me." The chapter begins with a flashback to Duan's childhood. A small boy offers him water in a leaf cup. "Okay, I was wrong," the boy says. "But you don't look good when you're sad." Duan is still crying. "Why are you so upset?" the boy asks. "There's no fire here anymore." "Where are your mom and dad? Why didn't they come to save you?" "If they're not here, you can come to my house. You can sleep in my bed." "Are you hungry? I asked Grandma to make oyster porridge for me." "I'll give it to you." "Why are you still crying?" "I feel bad." "Is it because of me? I said sorry, didn't I?" Duan finally speaks. "They're not my real parents." The boy looks at him, stunned. "Your father passed away?" he asks gently. "And your mother? She's hiding? She can't come to you, right? You must miss her a lot." The boy hugs Duan tightly. "I miss my parents too," he says. "They got divorced when I was little. Now they live separately with their own families. My grandparents take care of me. I don't even remember the last time I saw them." Duan holds the boy's shirt. It feels comforting. Our mom used to hug us like this, Duan thinks. It felt so good in her arms. Then Duan asks, "Can I hug you whenever I want?" The boy nods. "Sure." Then he gets an idea. He grabs Duan's hand and says, "Become my family. Then you can stay with me forever, and you can hug me anytime." "But families aren't made just like that," Duan says. "We need to be connected by blood." The boy replies, "My grandparents aren't related to me by blood, but they're still my family. So that means we can be like that too. We'll always be there for each other. We'll never be alone again." The scene fades out. Back in the present, Duan thinks, "Little potato, where are you? I miss you so much." The scene shifts to the palace. Queen Colleen is staring at a photo of Nishan Singh. She thinks, Whenever Duan is with this boy, something goes wrong. Who is he really? And where did he get that golden vest? That vest was given by the Emperor. Only one person should have it. She crumples the photo into a ball. If Changxing has any connection to that person, things will get very complicated. Suddenly, a voice calls out behind her. She turns to see Dolan. "The Queen," he says. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" He walks up and pushes her into a corner. "You know who he is. You know who's going to become the master of space. You're brave, Queen, but it's time to step aside." He leans in and says, "How long will you keep ignoring me?" "I promise. Just wait until I take the throne. Then I'll take you and your son with me." Just then, someone grabs Dolan's hand. It's Prince Duan. "There are only 3 months left until the election," Duan says. "You couldn't wait?" He pushes Dolan's hand away. "I'm warning you. Find your own path and leave." Dolan smirks. "I really think you'll win." Don replies, "Don't ask about me or my future. You're just a minister of comments." Dolan raises his hand toward Duan. "Watch yourself, because once I have the power, I won't show mercy." He walks away. Duan turns to his mother. "Are you okay?" Queen Colleen nods. "I'm fine, but I've heard Dolan is getting support from foreign powers. His alliances are growing stronger." "Don't worry," Duan says. "We've already reached out to the most powerful kings. We've contacted the king of Baloo. You used to protect me," he adds. "But now it's my duty to protect you." In the next chapter, we see Dolan meeting with the Prince of Baloo. "Yes, it's true," someone says. "Prince Baloo knows all about Duan's policies, but I still don't trust him. We haven't received any response to our proposal yet, but diplomatic relations have been established. This could be a turning point." The scene shifts again. Prince Duan is sitting with the Prince of Baloo. "Your Highness," Duan says, "let me be clear. You promised me 10 years of support. If you take the throne, what will you give us in return?" The Prince of Baloo smiles. "Your beautiful face." Duan sips his tea and replies, "Let's talk seriously." Prince Duan was in a diplomatic meeting discussing trade and export policies. He said firmly, "If 30% of exports are cut, that means 10.36 million workers will lose their jobs. We will never make decisions that cause suffering for our people." Prince of Baloo stunned by his statement. The conversation continued. The Duan said Dolan policies are not good for long term. "It would be better if you supported us. We've already drafted a plan. Please take a look." He handed the papers. Prince of Baloo gently held Duan's hand and said, "This proposal is made with love for the people. I was truly happy to see it." Duan smiled and pulled his hand away. "If we join forces, it will benefit us politically. I hope you have the vision to understand our position," Baloo replied. "All right, just don't give me anything too complicated." He began reviewing the reports. "Interesting," he said. "I like it. But as a candidate for my country, I'd prefer to visit yours country privately. Education plays a major role these days, so I'd like to visit your empire's top college, the one where you studies. If this agreement is so important, then I need to understand you better before making a final decision." The scene shifted to Milan College. It was a place where students in need of financial support filled out special forms. Some students struggled to even complete them. Changxing was helping one student. "If I apply for you," he said, "it'll be easier for both of us." Suddenly, he heard a loud noise. A teacher was speaking harshly to a student. "Physical release is important," she said. "But you can't behave like this," teacher said. "Why are you nervous? Don't you want to be on the list?" Hearing this, Changxing lost his temper. He grabbed the teacher's hair and slammed her onto the desk. "Harassing female students. You really enjoy this, don't you?" The scene shifted again. Prince Duan was being given a tour of the main building. "So many students came to welcome you," the guide said. "You've won everyone's heart," Baloo said. "You have two faces. In public, you are a figure of love and admiration, but in reality, you're strong and calculating," Duan said. "According to reports, Prince of Baloo are known for treating people with respect, but they also use harsh words." Just then, Prince Baloo approached Duan. "Looks like we're alike," he said. Duan replied, "Not sure this is the right time to talk about that." Baloo continued, "I remember your last public appearance. There was a boy from Milan College involved." Duan looked uneasy. Suddenly, Changxing entered the room. "What are you doing here?" someone asked. Li Changxing has stooped so low that he's attacking his own teachers. He's not fit for this academy. Changxing grabbed the speaker's collar. You're the one who's not fit for this college. The directors were shocked. Prince Duan watched the scene unfold and whispered, Oops, looks like I arrived at the wrong time. But what now, he thought. Changxing is involved again. Later in the meeting room, said he must be expelled, the abusing teacher said. I only asked him one question about the form. And he attacked me, the principal said. A student like this can't stay here? Changxing shouted. Really? You think I'm the only one who harasses students? Other students grabbed him from behind. You act innocent now. But you're the real monster. You're cruel, they said. You didn't even spare your teacher. He's a school bully. How is he still standing here? We all know he picks fights with gangsters. He works at the boxing gym just to earn money by beating people. The directors were shocked. Prince Duan watched the scene unfold and whispered, Oops, looks like I arrived at the wrong time. But what now, he thought. Changxing is involved again. Later in the meeting room, said he must be expelled, the abusing teacher said. I only asked him one question about the form. And he attacked me, the principal said. A student like this can't stay here? Changxing shouted. Really? You think I'm the one who harasses students? Other students grabbed him from behind. You act innocent now. But you're the real monster. You're cruel, they said. You didn't even spare your teacher. He's a school bully. How is he still standing here? We all know he picks fights with gangsters. He works at the boxing gym just to earn money by beating people. How can someone like him even be in this college? One student whispered. And why did he choose today of all days to cause trouble? Prince Duan is here with Prince Valon for the school tour, another added. Did Changxing do this on purpose? What if this ruins the alliance between the two countries? Changxing overheard the whispers. He glanced at Prince Duan and thought, I did this today, right when the Crown Prince was visiting. What if this causes diplomatic tension? He looked at Prince Valon. Valon said calmly, This isn't as serious as people are making it out to be. He walked closer to Duan and said, Your Highness, who's telling the truth here? If what Changxing did was real, then how can such things happen at the top university of the empire? This kind of system, in the #1 college? Unbelievable. But if it's true, then I may need to reconsider our cooperation. However, he added, if Changxing is being falsely accused, then this is just a minor issue, Prince Duan thought to himself. Our alliance with Valon is important. But Changxing, their eyes met. As always, they quickly looked away. Changxing thought, why is he looking at me like that? Duan thought, what's wrong with him? He always causes trouble. Prince Valon observed Duan's distracted expression. This crown prince, he's usually so composed, like a human computer. But now he's shaken, just by seeing Changxing. Interesting. The principal stepped forward. We can't determine the truth just by words. Is there any proof? Prince Valon asked. Did you install any surveillance in the student van? The principal replied, No. But besides those two, there was one more student present. Wen. Wen had witnessed everything. Changxing looked at her and remembered something. One day she was talking to her mother on the phone. Don't worry, Mom, she said. You'll recover soon. And about the fees? I've already applied for the scholarship. I'll get it, Changxing thought. Her mother is in the hospital. Wen spoke up. Director-teacher didn't do anything to me. Changxing had expected this. Teacher said, see, you were accusing me. You are a problem, everyone said. Changxing thought, is Duan also see me as a problem like others? But why do you care so much about what he think? It doesn't matter to me anymore. Then teacher said, if he apologizes and explains himself, we can let this go. Changxing snapped. I will never apologize. I did nothing wrong. I won't bow to people like you. I didn't lie. I didn't hurt anyone. Students began whispering again. First, the director forgives him. And now he's acting all proud? This is humiliating, right in front of Prince Valon. If my mom knew students like this were in this college, she'd never have let me enroll. Even if the school forgives him, he doesn't deserve it. He should be expelled. Prince Duan watched silently. He couldn't take his eyes off Changxing. Valon noticed. Interesting, he said. Very interesting. Principal Nishan Singh. I know your family. If you keep behaving like this, Chang Sing interrupted. Don't bring my grandmother into this. She taught me to always stand by the truth. She taught me how to tell right from wrong. I protected Wen because I believed it was right, and I don't regret it. Prince Duan was impressed by his words. Chang Xing added, if I back down today, then the teacher will do the same thing to someone else, just like he did to Wen. If not her, then someone else will be the next target. The principal shouted, Chang Xing, if you won't admit your mistake, then you must leave this college. Prince Duan stood up. Wait, he said. Wen isn't the only proof we have. Prince Duan stood before the crowd and spoke clearly. We all know that a student attacking a teacher is a serious offense. But we cannot ignore that a teacher abusing a student is even more cruel and dangerous. If we let this go, then other students who've been wronged will never find the courage to speak up. As far as we know, Director Sun has been managing the college's financial aid for years. But what kind of person is he really? We can ask the female students who've applied for bursaries. They know the truth. We propose a full investigation into all bursary applications from the past year. Every student's voice will be heard. And we promise that all investigations will be conducted privately, so no one's personal information will be exposed. Director Sun collapsed to the floor. No, please, this wasn't my fault, he cried. Do something. The principal stepped forward. How could you do this? I was foolish to trust you. I won't help you anymore. He turned away. I never imagined a teacher like this, someone whispered. They've ruined the college's reputation. It's true, another added. We know people's faces, but not their intentions. Wen began to cry. Why is she crying now? Someone asked. She lied earlier. She shouldn't have. Yes, another said. People like her deserve punishment. She looks innocent, but now look at her. Prince Duan gently handed Wen a handkerchief. Don't be afraid, he said. No one here will hurt you. This isn't your fault. It's society's fault. The fear that kept you silent. But we must always fight for our rights. Wen wiped her tears. I was wrong, she whispered. Prince Duan turned to the crowd. From now on, the royal family will oversee all reforms and scholarships. We'll personally ensure that students in need get support and that no such incident ever happens again. The students cheered. Thank you, Your Highness. You're truly an angel. We feel relieved knowing the Crown Prince is watching over us. Now only the right people will receive help. Everyone praised Duan's leadership. Chang Xing looked at him from a distance. Today, he finally did the right thing. Prince Duan walked toward Chang Xing. Chang Xing stepped back. What are you doing? He asked. If you come any closer. But Duan reached into his coat and pulled out some papers. And then he handed the form to Chang Xing. We reviewed your past performance. Based on that, we're declaring you an outstanding student. You'll receive a scholarship from the royal family. But first, we need to review your data thoroughly. So be ready. Chang Xing thought. This guy. Just then, Prince Valon placed a hand on Duan's shoulder. Your Highness, he said. What you did? It broke my heart. But everything has a price, even our cooperation, Prince Duan replied. We can discuss cooperation later. Right now, we're just guests. Chang Xing, how dare he speak to our prince like that? Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd. Please forgive me, someone said. You helped me? And I didn't do the right thing. Thank you so much. Chang Xing turned and smiled. We can be friends. That's what friends do. They help each other. Other students joined in. Chang Xing, you did the right thing today. Good job. More than good, amazing. Forgive me, one said. I misjudged you. Yes, Chang Xing, forgive us too, another added. Everyone clapped for him. Chang Xing stood there, stunned. They're clapping for me? This is the first time anyone's ever praised me like this. And it feels really good. If Prince Duan hadn't come, I might have been expelled. Should I thank him? It's strange. Every time I think I understand him, he does something that shows me a whole new side. I don't get it. Duan, what kind of person are you really? The scene opens at a diplomatic gathering. Prince Duan is seated in his car alongside Prince Balu. The principals begin discussing. One of them says, Your Highness, I don't think the teachers at Empire No. 1 Academy currently meet any standard worth discussing. Perhaps we should pause talks about educational cooperation for now. Prince Duan chuckles and replies, if we ignore the truth and label an innocent student as a criminal, how can we confidently send our students to your country? Prince Balu smiles. Excellent. Your energy and clarity are admirable. He leans in and whispers to Duan, has Your Highness ever asked for something that only benefits you? If I'm being honest, he continues, Dolan has prepared quite a tempting offer. I liked it. I'm considering signing with him instead, not for diplomacy but for personal gain. Just as he's about to say more, Prince Balu places a finger on Duan's lips. Of course, if Your Highness gives me something I truly desire, I might reconsider my decision. Duan gently removes his hand. Your Highness, please show some restraint. We will never allow Dolan to do anything that harms our people. Our terms have already been made clear. As a prince of this nation, I won't compromise. If we can't agree on that, our countries will never truly align. Just then, Duan's secretary interrupts. Your Highness, Miss Juhi has called. She's requesting to meet you immediately. Doan steps back and politely says, Forgive me. We'll continue this conversation later. For now, I'll have you dropped off at the hotel. Please rest well. We'll talk tomorrow. Prince Balu watches him leave. You're quite firm, Your Highness. But let's see how long that lasts. The scene shifts. In the park, Jui is waiting for Duan. His car pulls up. The secretary says, You have 1 hour for this outing. After that, you'll need to review the agricultural financial statement. Attend a research meeting from 11 to 2, then tutoring and recording from 2:10 to 2:50, followed by meetings from 6:30 to 11, and finally you'll need to respond to Prince Balu's comments. I know your schedule is tight, she adds, but this is the first time Juhi has invited you out. The Queen wants you to make a good impression, so you must impress Miss Juhi, and you only have 1 hour. Juan steps out of the car. I'm fine, he says. I'd like to get this over with. Sorry I'm late, he tells Juhi. Just then, a motorcycle pulls up. Duan turns and it's Chang Xing. Don't overthink it, Chang Xing says. He hands Duan a helmet. Here, put this on. I want to show you something. Duan hesitates. What's going on? Chang Xing shrugs. Your choice. Come with me or don't. Juhi steps forward. Chang Xing asked me to invite you. He was worried about the chairman's stress. We all know loop research isn't easy to handle. He wanted to take you somewhere peaceful, somewhere you could relax your mind and body, before facing the real prince. He begged me to help. I refused at first, thinking you'd be too busy. But he kept pleading, and eventually I agreed. Chang Xing interrupts. Don't listen to her nonsense. Duan smiles slightly, takes the helmet from Chang Xing, and says, We've got 1 hour. Take me wherever you want. The scene shifts. Chang Xing is speeding through the city on his motorcycle. Duan thinks, I should have just stayed in the car. Why is he driving like this? And why are people following us? In reality, Duan's security team was trailing them closely. Chang Xing laughs. You don't need protection. I'm enough. These guards feel like termites crawling around me. He speeds up. Duan leans in. What are you doing? Just shaking off the tail, Chang Xing replies. He accelerates again and veers off the road toward a staircase. Duan grabs him. Are you insane? Chang Xing grins. You're scared? Look around. Duan looks up. The entire city is spread out before him, glowing beautifully. The bike returns to the road. But the path they took was so narrow and steep, no regular car could follow. The guards jump out of their vehicles, panicked. Call the department, one shouts. He's taken our prince! Inform the queen. Welcome back to the story. Let's continue. Li Chang Xing had taken the prince to a quiet place. The prince asked, Why did you bring me here? Xing sat down and replied, This is my secret spot. Whenever I feel sad, I come here. Lying on the ground, looking at the stars, and feeling the cool breeze, it makes me feel better. Tonight, I want to share this place with you. Consider it my gift. The prince looked around, surprised. This belongs to the royal family. So you're giving me back what is already mine? Xing smiled and said, Yes, but tonight it's yours from me. He invited the prince to lie down beside him. The prince hesitated, embarrassed, but finally agreed. They lay side by side, gazing at the sky. Xing said softly, "You saved me today. If you ever need help, you can count on me." The prince turned away and replied, "If you want to help me, don't act recklessly like you did today. That would be the greatest help." Xing defended himself. "If I hadn't stepped in, that boy's life would have been ruined. Don't you see?" The prince grew angry. "That's your problem. You always think you're right, and you act without considering the consequences. I saved you this time, but who will save you next time?" Xing looked into the prince's eyes and asked quietly, "Didn't you save me just now?" Their eyes met for a moment, before both looked away, unsettled by what they had said. The prince turned his back and muttered, "Don't think too much. It was my responsibility, nothing more, and I can't always be there to protect you." Xing felt strangely comforted, even by the prince's scolding. It reminded him of his grandmother. "You sound just like her," he said. The prince snapped, "Don't compare me to your grandmother." He moved closer, frustrated. Xing quickly explained, "I didn't mean to upset you. I was just saying you handled the situation well. You saw through everything and managed it calmly. That's what makes you a true crown prince." The prince turned away, remembering his childhood. "When I was 8, I gave my first political speech. I was so nervous I forgot everything and cried. Since then, I've forced myself to stay composed, no matter what." Xing listened carefully, then teased, "So even princes stumble sometimes." The prince grew annoyed, but Xing gently held his hand and laid him down, brushing his hair softly. "You've worked so hard, Your Highness. I know you carry anger from your childhood, but I won't hold it against you. I know you have a good heart." The prince pushed him away. "I don't need your comfort," Xing laughed. "Don't be upset. Everyone makes mistakes. When I was 8, I fell into a river while fishing. I was hurt badly, but I survived. Pain is part of life." The prince listened, his eyelids growing heavy. He thought, his childhood sounds so colorful, like a bouquet of flowers. He's the kind of person who always moves from one goal to the next. Soon, the prince drifted into a dream. In it, he was drowning, suffocating in water. Just then, Xing appeared, pulled him close, and kissed him. "Breathe," Xing whispered. "I want you to live freely just like me." And with that, the chapter ends. Welcome back to the story. Let's continue. The chapter begins with the prince dreaming. In the dream, he and Li Changxing are kissing. Xing moves upward, kissing the prince's chest, while the prince follows him. Suddenly, the scene shifts. The prince finds himself floating above water. Confused, he wonders, where is this place? Just then, Xing appears behind him, signaling him to come closer. Together, they fall into a boat. The prince asks, "Where are we?" Xing replies, "Don't you realize? This is your dream. Why are you asking me?" Xing moves closer, speaking seductively. "Everything here is created by you, which means you want someone in your dream, and that someone is me." He tries to kiss the prince again, but the prince pushes him away. "What are you doing?" he demands. Xing forces him down and says, "You already know the answer. Stop pretending." He continues, "I thought you were used to this by now, but you still want to resist? Fine, don't deny it." He begins kissing the prince's neck. The prince thinks, "Why is he doing this? This is my dream. Why can't I control it?" Suddenly, transparent chains appear and bind Xing. The prince realizes, "Can I control my dream?" Xing laughs. "Of course. You're the prince. Whatever you do, you master it. That's why everything feels exciting." The prince leans over him. "You're right. Now let's play a game you won't be able to handle." Xing laughs and kisses him again. The prince sighs. "You won't stop until I respond, will you?" "Fine. Do whatever you want." But then Xing panics. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Forgive me. I'll do whatever you say." The prince thinks, "Why am I having such thoughts? How can my mind create something so dirty?" He bites Xing's hand and says, "This is payback." How does it feel? Xing winces. You still remember what happened before? Why are you biting me so hard? Just then, the chains around Xing break. A shadow appears beneath the water. The prince looks down. What is that? Xing answers, it's a whale. The massive creature rises from the water ready to attack. The prince panics, but Xing hugs him tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'll protect you. The whale lunges forward, but at that moment the prince wakes up. He opens his eyes and sees Xing beside him. What are you doing? The prince asks. Xing replies, Nothing. You looked cold while sleeping, so I covered you with my coat. The prince blushes, remembering the dream. Xing smiles innocently, unaware of what the prince saw in his sleep. Just then, the sound of a motorbike breaks the silence. A gang of men appear, mocking Xing. Looks like you're spending time with your lover, they sneer. Gangsters had surrounded Li Changxing and the prince. Xing grabbed the prince's hand tightly, and the prince noticed his hands were trembling. Why are his hands shaking? The prince thought. I heard he was skilled in fighting, so why is he nervous now? Xing whispered, Just wait a little longer. We're almost there. He pulled the prince along as they ran. Behind them, the gangsters shouted, What's wrong with the real Xing? Since when does he run away? Has this boy changed his personality? They vowed to take revenge no matter what. The two slipped into a narrow alley, standing close together. Xing, breathing heavily, asked, Are you okay? Their faces were very close. Xing said, Stay here, don't come out, I'll handle them. But the prince stopped him, holding his hand. No, there are too many of them. You'll get hurt. Xing looked into his eyes. I didn't want to involve you. That's why I hesitated. But don't worry, I can handle them. Controlling them is child's play for me. The prince smiled faintly. Still, I told you not to fight alone. I'll stand with you. I've learned boxing too. Xing shook his head. No. If anyone finds out the crown prince is fighting here, it will cause trouble. I brought you here, so it's my duty to protect you. They looked at each other silently. Just then, a gangster mocked them from outside. Looks like two rats hiding and whispering sweet words. Sorry, your quality time is over. Xing stepped out and shouted, Come on, cowards! He fought them bare-handed, taking down one after another. The prince watched in shock. This is the first time someone has fought for me, he thought. But suddenly, one gangster struck Xing from behind, knocking him down. The prince cried out, Xing, are you okay? Xing replied, I'm fine. Don't worry. He thought to himself, I must endure this. The prince's identity must never be exposed to the media. The prince felt guilty. His condition is because of me. I must take responsibility, he thought. He brought Li Changxing back to his small room. Come inside carefully, the prince said. This place feels a bit fragile. The prince looked around the tiny room. So this is where you live? He asked. Xing replied, Yes. It may be small, but it's comfortable. I don't even have to pay rent here, so it suits me well. The prince noticed a doll lying in the corner. You've kept this all this time? He asked. Xing quickly avoided the topic. Don't misunderstand. I just forgot to throw it away. The prince smiled. If it's nothing, then why are you explaining so much? The prince sat on the bed and said firmly, Take off your shirt. Xing was startled. What are you saying? The prince clarified. I need to apply medicine to your wounds. Don't think otherwise. Xing hesitated. I can do it myself. But the prince insisted, Your back is injured. You can't reach it. Take off your shirt. Xing obeyed. The prince touched his wounds gently. Xing winced in pain. It will hurt a little, but the medicine will help, the prince said. Xing replied softly, Do whatever you need. The prince poured water over his back and was shocked to see old scars covering it. How did this happen? He asked. Xing tried to brush it off. Every man has scars. They're like trophies. I fought many battles in Milan City and never lost. These marks are proof of my victories." But the prince saw through his words. He touched the scars and said, "You've suffered so much." Xing was surprised. Why does he understand me so easily, he thought. I brought him here tonight, and instead of worrying about himself, he's worrying about me. Xing looked at him and said, "Before you agree to anything, think carefully. Do you really like me the way you did today?" The prince smiled. It felt strange to say this, but I was happy tonight. Even though we did wrong things, I still felt joy. He continued applying medicine. Xing thought, "This is the first time anyone has said something like this to me." He took the medicine and asked, "Did you get hurt anywhere? Show me. I'll apply it for you." He moved closer, but the prince pushed him back. "Don't touch me. Stay away." Xing insisted. "Until I know you're fine, I'll always worry about you." The prince scolded him. "You're getting too bold. Behave properly." Xing smiled faintly. "I wasn't trying to upset you." The prince noticed Xing's sincerity. Xing then shared his past. 2 years ago, I entered college without exams. My grandfather supported me by running a small shop, but gangsters harassed him daily. I thought I could protect him. One day I fought them, but when I turned back, I saw my grandfather bleeding. Before I could take him to the hospital, he was gone. I was terrified. And now, I fear I won't be able to protect you either." The prince felt sympathy. Without thinking, he hugged Xing. "You did well. Mistakes happen to everyone." Tears filled Xing's eyes. He cried quietly. The prince held him tighter, wondering, is this a dream or reality? Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairs. They quickly pulled apart. Someone was coming. Xing wiped his tears, and they saw a shadow approaching in the middle of the night. The prince had just listened to Li Changxing's painful past and felt sympathy for him. But suddenly, someone arrived. It was none other than the queen. She looked at both of them angrily. "So this is why you cut my call?" she said. "Guards, take him away and hand him to the police." The prince protested. "Mother, wait. Listen first." The scene shifted to Milan Palace. The prince shouted, "Mother, how can you arrest Xing without reason?" The queen replied coldly, "Reason? He kidnapped the crown prince. Isn't that enough? I ordered the police to arrest him. Did I do anything wrong?" The prince insisted, "You know this was my choice. He didn't force me." The queen narrowed her eyes. "Why are you defending him? Do you have special feelings for Li Changxing?" The prince fell silent, lowering his gaze. "Mother, you must be joking. How could that be?" But in his heart he wondered, "Do I really have feelings for him?" The queen pressed further. "Prove it. Transfer him out of this college to another city. Until then, I won't believe you." The prince replied firmly. "We already declared that Li Changxing would be the first student rewarded by the royal family with full funding. Suddenly transferring him would be unfair." He thought to himself, "Mother has always been strict. I must find another way to calm her." The queen reminded him, "You cannot make mistakes. That is your duty. As your mother, I am only guiding you." Just then, the secretary entered. "Your Highness, the meeting with the principals to strengthen diplomatic relations begins in 10 minutes. Shall we postpone?" The prince shook his head. "No, we'll go now." The queen touched his cheek gently. "My child, what has happened to you? Can't you be like before? Don't make me worry so much." The prince answered softly, "Don't worry, Mother. I've grown up. I know what's right and wrong. For me, the national face is most important. I must go." He left thinking, "Xing is in trouble because of me. After the meeting, I'll free him. Mother is right. We belong to different worlds. But I must make sure he doesn't suffer further." The scene shifted to the royal detention house. News reports spread quickly. Reporters claimed that the crown prince was distancing himself from foreign allies, and ministers were considering other candidates. Meanwhile, police noticed someone entering. "Who let you in?" they asked. It was Boss Mulesh. "I came to take Xing," he said. The police replied, "No one can take him without the Queen's order." Boss Mulesh sneered. "That woman can't even handle her own child, yet she interferes with others. Don't think Xing is alone. You can't harm him easily." He showed a badge. The police were shocked. This badge, it was given only once before. Who is this man? The inspector ordered, "Release Li Changxing immediately." Inside the cell, Xing sat quietly, thinking, "The Queen must not go too far. It wasn't his fault. I took the prince away." Then the police arrived. "Xing, you're free. Come out." Xing stepped out, expecting to see the prince, but instead he saw Boss Mulesh. "Boss? What are you doing here? How did you get me out? Did you pay them ransom? Tell me how much, I'll repay you." Boss Mulesh laughed. "Don't worry about that." Xing then saw the news. Elections were approaching. The crown prince needed foreign support, but alliances were shifting. This would make his victory harder. Xing thought, "Did this happen because of me? Did I cause trouble for him?" Boss Mulesh placed a hand on his shoulder. "Why the sad face? Come on. The foreign prince chose another side because the royal family has nothing special. They're cruel and heartless." Xing shook his head. "No, that's not true. When Prince Palu visited Milan College, he met me. That's why things changed." He continued telling the story as they walked away. Behind them, police reported to the Queen, "Li Changxing has been released. He's gone with someone." The scene shifted again. In the park, Boss Mulesh sat on a bench waiting. Scene was still thinking about the prince. "He doesn't believe I'm his friend," he thought sadly. But then he remembered how the prince had stood by him in the boxing gym, facing gangsters together. Xing smiled faintly. "You're a foolish child," he whispered to himself. "But you're my lucky star. Without you, I would have given up long ago." Boss Mulesh encouraged him. "Think carefully. You revealed the truth about college, and the prince revealed his truth too. People saw that the crown prince truly loves his people. Last night, even though he was taken away, it was the first time he breathed freely. He opened up to you. That was his happiest moment." Xing listened quietly. Boss continued, "Keep confidence in yourself. When you believe in yourself, people will come to you. And when they do, they'll see how good you are." Xing thought, "I don't know about all that, but right now, the prince is under pressure. I want to help him. I just don't know how." Boss smiled. "If you care about him that much, his life will shine brighter. Just wait, the real game is about to begin." The scene shifted to the royal meeting. Ministers questioned the prince. "Your Highness, you agreed to cooperate with us, but suddenly changed your mind. This must be related to Milan College. Dolan took advantage of that incident and presented his proposal." The ministers explained, "Prince Palu wants us to fight Dolan. If this is Dolan's doing, we fear we can't stop him." The prince replied firmly, "The most important issue now is how to solve this problem. Do you have any strategy?" The Minister of Energy spoke. "Your Highness, I heard Dolan has made an agreement with Prince Palu. He will appoint mineral rights, and the signing ceremony is in 4 hours." The prince was shocked. "How could Dolan do this?" The minister continued, "The only way to fix this is to accept all of Palu's conditions and give him more benefits than Dolan." The deputy prime minister added, "If Palu signs, we'll lose all advantage. We must do what the Minister of Energy says." But the prince stood his ground. "Before the election, I am still the prince of this nation. I cannot sacrifice my people. If we agree, unemployment will rise, and that will harm the country. I won't risk that just for the election." The deputy prime minister warned, "Your Highness, if we don't sign with Palu, Milan College will treat us differently. Your love for the people won't matter then." The prince shouted, "If we do this, what difference will remain between us and Dolan? Tell me!" The room fell silent. The ministers asked, "Then what should we do?" The prince thought, Dolan is cunning. He must have another plan. but we only have 4 hours before Palu signs the contract. Suddenly, the secretary rushed in. Your Highness, read this letter quickly. The prince opened it and found a photograph of Dolan with Palu, secretly meeting with anti-government leaders. On the back was a note. Don't ask who I am. If you want to know, it's me, Li Chang-shing. The prince's heart raced. Shing, you helped us again. You're truly my ally. 4 hours later, at the conference, reporters announced, Prince Palu and Dolan have signed their diplomatic relations. Questions began. One reporter said, Your Highness, you changed your decision earlier. Why? The prince answered calmly, At Milan College, I saw courage and honesty. Without profit, they stood for truth. That impressed me deeply. I want to work with people like that. I was also moved by the students who showed bravery without fear. The reporters nodded and the prince smiled. Then the scene shifted to 2 hours earlier, at Palu's residence. Palu was about to sign the contract with Dolan, but the prince arrived with evidence, the photograph showing Dolan with anti-government leaders. Palu was shocked. So Dolan has two faces. He signed with me but secretly supports my enemies. I cannot trust him. The prince thought, this is the proof we needed. Thanks to Shing, we can turn the situation around. Foreign support had arrived temporarily until the elections were over. Prince Palu explained, This time I'm here on a political mission. If diplomatic relations fail, my father will punish me severely. He looked at the crown prince and said, Your Highness, the truth is finally out. You are like a diamond. Dolan also offers benefits, so tell me, who should our country support? You have two choices. Either join us again, or we will sink you along with Dolan. The crown prince listened carefully. Palu continued, We can reduce taxes, share mineral resources, and cooperate fairly. We are not as generous as Dolan pretends to be, but we want true partnership. You are a hero. You uncovered the truth and saved us from a trap. That makes you our hero. The prince agreed to cooperate, but added, We ask one thing. At Milan College, an incident caused much talk in the media. Please support that student and speak in his favor. Palu thought, It seems His Highness cares deeply about that boy. He replied, Don't worry, we will speak for him too. The diplomatic relations were signed, and both nations hoped for prosperity. Back at Milan College, students whispered among themselves, I heard Prince Palu changed his decision after the incident. Yes, I thought Dolan had won, but the prince handled everything so well. He even gave us royal bursaries. Maybe Palu liked that. Others were simply shocked. Still, didn't the prince look handsome on TV today? Hein watched quietly, thinking, Good. No trouble came because of me. I trusted he would handle it. On TV, a reporter asked the crown prince, Your Highness, was it because of the Milan College incident that these relations succeeded? The prince answered, Yes. The students there are different. When I visited, I saw unique ideas and courage. One student deserves special thanks, Li Chang-shing. Despite threats, he stood firm on his principles. Some may call him reckless, but in my eyes, he is someone who always stands for justice. His spirit helped us find our path. Shing felt as if the prince was speaking directly to him. We are glad to be your classmate, the prince said. Shing thought, Is he really talking about me? Other students whispered, Yes, it's him. He stood up when no one else did. He's truly good. Hearing this, Shing felt proud, though he tried to hide it. Meanwhile, Nishan Singh looked out the window, troubled. What should I do now? He wondered. Just then, a classmate named NCB approached him. We need a member for the basketball team. Will you join us? Shing looked at him. I don't have many options. If you want my help, I'll give it. When do we meet? Tomorrow afternoon at the basketball court, NCB replied. Shing agreed. Nishan Singh thought, ever since he came, things have started to feel better. Shing thought to himself, Everyone, please take care of me. He remembered the prince's friendly smile and wondered how he could ever forget it. Though he had joined the team, his hands were trembling. Will everything be all right? He asked himself. Later, as they walked across campus, someone mentioned that the restaurant nearby wasn't on the way to the basketball court. The prince explained, "We wanted to walk through campus with Mishra, so we brought you here." Hearing this, Xing was surprised. I never imagined the prince would be so amazing. The prince, meanwhile, was thinking about Xing. I know Mother won't transfer him, but I still want to see if he's okay. His attention drifted, and someone noticed. I can tell where your mind is, they said knowingly. Others around began to accept Xing. If he's with us, we'll definitely win tomorrow, one teammate said. Xing was shocked by their words, but they laughed together. The secretary, watching the prince, wondered, since when did they become so close? Why does this bother me so much? During practice, Xing shouted, "If you want to hit someone, hit me, but if you touch my team, you'll regret it." His fierce loyalty impressed everyone. Later, Xing noticed the prince sitting nearby. Why is he here? Mother told him not to come. Has he been watching me all this time? Did he see how I played? Xing's thoughts raced. One teammate said, I've noticed you're not as bad as people say. You're not foolish at all. But Xing barely listened. His eyes were fixed on the prince. Then the monitor called out to him. Xing realized he had forgotten she was there. She asked, Actually, I like someone, but he's very hard to reach. He's only close to you. By the way, I must admit, it's because of him that I even noticed you. Xing tried to understand her words, but his gaze kept returning to the prince. So the person she likes is close to me. Does that mean it's him? He grew angry. So when they invited me to the team, it was only because of what the prince said. The one she likes is the prince. Blushing, the monitor laughed nervously, revealing her feelings. Xing wondered, could it be that she likes the prince? Soon after, classmates congratulated him. Congratulations, Xing! You finally made friends! Xing, frustrated, replied, I should thank His Highness. He promoted me in front of everyone like I'm some brand. Apparently, I needed promotion. The prince smiled. If I hadn't spoken about you, I might never have truly known you. I wouldn't have realized your courage. Xing thought, does he like me? The prince added, Great, I won't trouble you anymore. Later, the two sat together eating. Outwardly, they seemed calm, but inside, both were thinking about something else. The prince wondered, what is going on in his mind? Is he planning something? Why does this bother me so much? Finally, someone asked directly, Why did you bring me here? What do you really want from me? Let's start with the first point. During a tense conversation, Ju Yiju suddenly opened up about herself. My father and I ended our relationship long ago. We are strangers now. He doesn't care about me, and I don't care about him. If anyone thinks they can use me to gain his support, they are wrong. The prince tried to explain gently. You misunderstand. We invited you because we like you. But Ju Yiju interrupted passionately. Your Highness, you're lying to yourself. Your heart has already chosen someone long ago. You're keeping everyone else in the dark. The prince insisted, No, you're wrong. I'm following my heart. That's why I invited you to dinner. Ju Yiju stood up. Don't deceive yourself. Think again. Who was the one you first fell with? Who argued with you, then slowly began to understand you? Who danced with you first? Who met you secretly in the garden? Who helped you teach that scoundrel a lesson? Who spoke with you under the moonlight? All of this proves that person is your life. The prince grew restless. No, this is just coincidence. Nothing more. Ju Yiju pressed on. You can't run from your life. Listen to your heart. She thought to herself, God made him for me. I will succeed. Then she left. The prince offered politely, It's late. Let me take you home. Ju Yiju accepted, thinking, He is a gentleman. He respects my words. If only he respected himself too. Meanwhile, another voice called out to Xing. So it was you. I was looking for the wrong person. Xing, startled, asked, "What do you want from me?" He realized the person wanted to know about him and the prince. 5 hours earlier, at the basketball court, Xing had argued with Yinziwi. "Stop staring! Let's go!" Yinziwi replied, "Forget that person. He's interested in girls. You two are from different worlds. You'll never match, and his mother will never accept you." Xing felt hurt, but then Yinziwi added, "I like the monitor. Please don't tell anyone." Xing felt relieved, as if a heavy burden had lifted. So he was watching the monitor all along, he thought. Yinziwi admitted, "I don't know when it started, but she's always in my eyes. My heart races whenever I see her. Maybe this is what it means to like someone." Hearing this, Xing remembered the prince. "I feel the same when I'm near him. This isn't coincidence, it's real." Xing asked, "Will you help me get closer to him?" Yinziwi agreed. "Yes, if you feel this strongly, you should confess soon." Later, the monitor spoke to Yinziwi. "The person you like already belongs to someone else. They may have misunderstandings, but they are meant for each other. Don't hurt yourself. Accept it now." She added kindly, "Don't worry. I'm here for you. If you want to share your pain, I'll listen." Yinziwi was left speechless, realizing the truth. Yinziwi already knew what he wanted to say. That afternoon, he had seen the monitor close to the prince, smiling and happy. Does this mean she likes the prince? He wondered. He clenched his hands, shaping them like a statue, and whispered, "Whatever happens, if fate has chosen her for someone else, then so be it. At least I should express my feelings openly." He approached Ju Yiju and said softly, "I like you." But as he turned, he accidentally collided with a pole, hitting it hard. Dizzy, he fell to the ground. Ju Yiju rushed to help him. "Get up. I know your heart is broken, but hurting yourself isn't the answer. Don't destroy yourself like this." Yinziwi thought bitterly, "It's over. Everything is over." The scene shifted to the Blast Box Stadium. Xing was practicing boxing, trying to distract himself. His mind kept circling back to the same thought. "She's always in front of my eyes. I want to see her again and again. My heart races whenever I do. Maybe this is what it means to like someone." He wondered, "What's happening to me? Why do I keep hearing the same voice inside me?" Meanwhile, the prince was shown practicing calligraphy. He too was trying to distract himself, but his mind echoed with the same memories. Who was the one I first fell with? Who argued with me, then slowly began to understand me? Who danced with me first? Who met me secretly in the garden? Who helped me teach that scoundrel a lesson? Who spoke with me under the moonlight? All of this proves that person is my life. The prince sighed. That boy troubles me so much. At the same time, both Xing and the prince were thinking about each other. What is he doing now? Did I say something too harsh this afternoon? Each of them wondered if they had been too rude. Finally, both decided, tomorrow I should apologize. Just then, a notification arrived on their phones. It was a message from Shizuka. The basketball team leader, Yinziwi, had met with an accident. He had crashed into an electric pole. The doctors advised rest, and he would need bandages for several days. He wouldn't be able to perform in tomorrow's small match. The message ended with a request. Can you suggest someone who could take his place? Ali Jiangxing and the prince were both developing feelings for each other, though confused about what those feelings meant. After Yinziwi's accident, the monitor asked who would play in his place during the basketball match. At Milan College, the stadium was buzzing. Cheerleaders shouted, the crowd was excited, and everyone was waiting for the game to begin. Students whispered among themselves, "Did you hear? His Royal Highness will participate today." Phones were ready to capture photos of the prince in action. In the locker room, Xing sat alone, thinking. I never imagined the monitor would invite the prince. When she messaged me, I told her to ask him once. Since he has martial skills, there shouldn't be a problem. I didn't do this for myself. I did it for the team. He tried to convince himself, but his heart was restless. Suddenly the door opened. The prince entered, wearing a basketball uniform. He looked striking, and Xing blushed at the sight. The players surrounded him, cheering. "Welcome, Your Highness. You used to play for the royal basketball team. We're lucky to play with you today." The prince thanked them politely, then looked directly at Xing. Xing quickly turned his gaze away, but the prince did not. Their eyes had already spoken. One player asked, "Why did you join us, Your Highness?" The prince replied, "The Milan team was missing a member. I wanted to find a way to play alongside you, so I agreed." Xing thought, "Why am I so embarrassed? I'm a man. I should look at him directly. Yesterday he was angry with me, and I even pulled the monitor away. I didn't expect him to agree to play with me. Whatever his reason, I should sacrifice a little too. I'll apologize to him." The players encouraged each other. "If His Royal Highness plays with us, we'll surely win." The prince reminded them, "Give your 100%. Xing handed him a water bottle. The prince smiled. "Thank you." As he opened it, he noticed words written inside. "Sorry." He smiled faintly, forgiving Xing. Xing thought, "So apologizing isn't that hard after all." But outside, the crowd grew impatient. "The game is about to start, but the prince hasn't come yet." Some doubted he would appear. Xing worried. "Was I dreaming all this? Am I going crazy thinking about him?" The Milan team faced a strong national-level opponent. They were losing points, exhausted, and morale was low. Some players suggested giving up, but Nishan Singh stood firm. "We can't quit before trying. The prince promised he would play. Even if he's late, he'll come. He never breaks his word." Encouraged, the team decided to fight until the end. Xing whispered to himself, "Prince, you will come, won't you?" Meanwhile, the prince was attending a diplomatic meeting, greeting foreign guests in multiple languages. He smiled. "We are honored to have your cooperation." The guests replied warmly. But in his heart, the prince thought, "I don't know how the game is going, but I know Xing won't give up easily. Wait for me, Nishan Singh. I'm coming to you." The game had already begun, and Milan College was struggling against Beta Academy. The opponents scored again, and the situation looked worse. Nishan Singh, however, kept faith. "The prince will come," he promised. Suddenly, the host's voice echoed through the stadium. "Milan College's substitute has arrived." The crowd erupted as the prince walked in. His entry electrified the atmosphere. Students screamed, cameras flashed, and everyone cheered. Xing pinched himself, wondering, "Am I dreaming? He really came, even after all the difficulties." The prince, drenched in sweat, looked determined. "Listen, everyone," he said firmly. "We won't let your hard work go to waste." The game restarted with new energy. Xing defended fiercely, blocking Beta's players from stealing the ball. The prince's shooting accuracy was flawless, and together they turned the match around. The crowd whispered, "These two are meant for each other." God's will is clear. With only 1 minute left, the tension was unbearable. The prince dribbled, then passed the ball to Xing. Xing hesitated. He could have scored himself. "Why give me the last shot?" But the prince shouted, "Nishan Singh, do it!" Xing gathered his courage, leapt, and shot. The ball sailed through the air and dropped perfectly into the basket. The host announced, "Milan College wins!" The stadium exploded with joy. Players surrounded Xing. "That last shot was incredible. Without you, we would have lost. You gave us victory against a national silver medal team." Xing smiled shyly, but his eyes searched for the prince. He walked toward him, whispering, "We won." But before he could reach, teammates pulled him back, praising him endlessly. Still, he knew the prince's smile was meant for him. The prince extended his hand for a high five. Xing, overwhelmed, hugged him instead. "Thank you. I know you gave me this chance deliberately." The prince smiled and embraced him back. Later, Xing searched the locker room for the water bottle where he had written, "Sorry." He couldn't find it. Suddenly, the prince appeared, holding it. Were you looking for this? Whether you say sorry or thank you, it doesn't matter. For me, it's already forgiven. Before they could speak further, the players rushed in. It's celebration time. Today's hero is Xing. You must join us, Your Highness. We won because of you both. The prince looked at the bottle once more, then said softly, Yes, we'll go. After Milan College's victory, everyone decided to celebrate. The players organized a party and invited the prince. Xing wondered if he would actually come. The chapter begins with laughter and joy. Drinks were being shared, and everyone praised the prince. Your Highness, we won because of you, they said. The prince smiled politely, but thought to himself, I don't even enjoy drinking. Why did I come here? Then he remembered Xing's words in the locker room. If you join us, it will make everyone happy. It's the first time I've been invited to a party, so I want you there too. That was why he had agreed. Scene watched the prince from across the room. He's so popular, so perfect. He shines wherever he stands. Someone like him deserves to have the monitor by his side. Not me. Meanwhile, Yinziwi was pressured by others to drink. He hesitated, remembering the doctor's warning, but gave in. Xing quickly stopped him, placing a hand on his head. Don't hurt yourself. Your family will suffer if you do. Yinziwi smiled faintly, but the atmosphere grew louder as others toasted the prince. The prince reluctantly drank, and soon the alcohol overwhelmed him. He slipped away to the washroom, feeling dizzy and overheated. He loosened his shirt, his face flushed red. Xing noticed he had been gone too long. Worried, he opened the door and found the prince slumped inside, struggling. Xing rushed in, locked the door, and whispered, Wake up. What are you doing? You always told me not to be reckless, yet here you are. The prince opened his eyes slowly. In his haze, he pulled Xing closer. Do you know what mistake you made? He murmured. Xing, startled, asked, What mistake? The prince's body was burning with heat. Think about it. If you can't figure it out, then don't stay with me. Xing stared at him, shocked. He looks like a child when he's drunk. So cute. He touched the prince's cheek gently. I never imagined you'd be this adorable when drunk. The prince suddenly leaned forward and kissed him. Xing froze, his face turning red. You're drunk. This isn't right. He tried to push him back, but the prince only smiled. You're scared. Xing's heart pounded wildly. Then, unable to hold back, Xing kissed him in return. The prince responded, and for a moment both forgot everything else. The prince thought, This is the first time I can truly feel his scent, his warmth, not just in dreams, but in reality. The chapter opens with Xing taking a shower, lost in thought. What's happening to me? Why did I do all that with the prince last night? He remembered every moment, the closeness, the kiss, and his face flushed red. Forget it. Forget him, he told himself. Outside, someone knocked impatiently. What's going on in there? Hurry up, I need the toilet. Xing quickly made an excuse, relieved that no one suspected anything. He looked at himself in the mirror, unsettled. Even if he drank too much, he must still feel restless. Why did I let it happen? The way he looked at me. It wasn't like before. Meanwhile, the prince sat in his car, touching his lips absent-mindedly. Nishan Singh's lips. They were so soft. That kiss felt intoxicating. Was it real or just the wine? Why am I thinking about him so much? At Milan College, the classroom buzzed with chatter. Students discussed lectures, chores, and games. The prince sat quietly, writing, but his eyes kept drifting toward Xing. He hasn't bent his neck once since morning. Is it stiff? Across the room, Xing avoided his gaze. How do I face him? I took advantage of him last night. He hasn't spoken to me. Is he angry? Just then, Yinziwi thanked Xing. Thanks, bro. You helped me yesterday by drinking in my place. Take this medicine. It'll help if your stomach hurts. Xing smiled faintly. I didn't know you cared so much. Thanks. The prince overheard, unhappy to see them so close. Sing thought, the prince drank too much. He'll need this medicine. I'll give it to him. The prince stopped writing, feeling uneasy. Why does it bother me so much seeing Xing close to Yinziwi? When I remember last night, it feels too real. Maybe recalling it will calm me. Ju Yiju asked the prince, Are you all right? Last night you didn't look well. The prince replied, I'm sorry. I enjoyed dinner with everyone, but I drank too much. Did I do something wrong? Ju Yiju smiled. No mistake, Your Highness, but last night you seemed different. Xing overheard and felt guilty. I forgot about their relationship. I even pulled the monitor away. How do I repent for such a sin? Why does it hurt so much to see them together? The prince spoke again. Whatever happened last night, it wasn't intentional. Please forget it. Xing thought bitterly. Forget it? Is he telling me to forget? Maybe he's right. I should act like nothing happened. He stood up. Sorry, I need to leave. The prince watched him pack his bag. What's wrong with him? His face doesn't look fine. Outside, Xing walked alone, frustrated. I'll pretend nothing happened. But why am I so angry? I don't want this to continue. Suddenly, the prince ran after him. Nishan Singh, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? Xing turned away. Why are you here? We should stay apart. The prince stepped closer. Stay apart? Why? What happened? What did you do? Both remembered the kiss, their hearts racing. Xing's eyes locked on the prince's lips. Why am I staring at them again? What's wrong with me? He grabbed the prince's hand and pulled him close. The prince stumbled against him. Xing handed him medicine. You drank too much last night. Your stomach must hurt. Don't worry. I'll pretend nothing happened. He turned away. My mind is too full. I need to be alone. The prince called out, Xing, don't avoid me. If we keep ignoring this, things will slip away. Every time I see you, I remember last night. My heartbeat races. I can't control it. Maybe I'm crazy, or maybe I'm still drunk. Whatever it is, I need time. Until then, we shouldn't see each other. Sign waited, hoping the prince would say more, but he didn't. As Xing walked away, he glanced back. The prince was already on the phone. The prince's words echoed. Dancing Shoes is in danger. We must save him. The chapter begins with the monitor slowly opening her eyes. She still felt weak from the drugs, her vision blurry. Two figures stood before her. One of them whispered, The medicine hasn't worn off yet. When will she wake up? Confused, she thought, Where am I? What happened to me? She tried to reach for a phone, whispering desperately, Please, someone answer. But before she could, a hand pressed against her, and she fainted again. She realized she had been kidnapped once more. This wasn't the first time. Memories of her childhood returned. At 5 years old, she had been taken with her mother. She remembered crying, Mom, I'm scared. Where is Papa? Why isn't he saving us? Her mother had comforted her. Papa will come, don't worry. But then her mother fell from a bridge, leaving behind a scar in her heart that never healed. Back in the present, water was splashed on her face, forcing her awake. Who are you? What do you want? She demanded. One kidnapper sneered. Didn't you break ties with your father? Then why did you rush here when you sensed danger? Do you think he'll save you? The monitor replied firmly. You don't know the truth. 14 years ago, when I was kidnapped, my father never came. If you think you'll reach him through me, you're wasting your time. Suddenly, she heard snoring nearby. Turning, she saw Yin Ziwi lying beside her. Shocked, she asked, Why are you here? He woke up, startled. Monitor, are you all right? Did they hurt you? Where are we? Did you call the police? He rambled nervously, but when the kidnappers glared at him, he pretended to be frightened, so the monitor wouldn't worry. Don't be afraid, he whispered. I'll protect you. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Xing and the prince studied CCTV footage. They had replayed it 7 times, but the only clue was a license plate. Xing buried his face in his hands. This is all my fault. If I hadn't stormed out, the monitor wouldn't have gone alone. The prince placed a hand on his shoulder. No, it isn't your fault. Kidnappers strike when the timing suits them. Today was that time, and we already have the license plate. Don't worry, we'll find her. Xing looked at him, surprised at his kindness. I never thought he'd help me like this. Just then, a worker entered. Your Highness, this is Mr. Shiv. The prince greeted him. We didn't expect to meet like this. Do you have any leads? Shiv explained. The kidnappers haven't contacted me. This isn't about money. They have another motive. Moments later, the secretary rushed in. Your Highness, the police found the car, but it was empty, abandoned in an alley. The prince frowned. Why would they leave the car with a visible plate, unless they wanted us to trace it? Could this be a trap? He asked Shiv, do you recognize this number HD360? Shiv froze. That number. It means he's alive. I know where they are. The scene shifted to a hidden area marked with a strange board, STD30, but altered to read 105. Inside, Yin Ziwi told the monitor, I followed you because I was worried. I never imagined you'd be kidnapped. At least I'm here with you. The monitor sighed. You shouldn't have come. This is dangerous. You could be killed. Yin Ziwi replied, Don't worry. Someone will save us. You called the prince, didn't you? He'll come. And your father, too. Tears filled her eyes. No. My father never came. When I was kidnapped as a child, my mother and I waited. We believed he would rescue us, but he never did. I can never forgive him. Yin Ziwi tried to comfort her. Maybe he had a reason. She shook her head. What reason could be greater than his wife and daughter? He smiled gently. Don't lose hope. Let's make a bet. If I win, you'll give me a name. If you win, I'll protect you. The monitor looked away, whispering, It doesn't matter. He won't come. But deep inside, for the first time, she wished she was wrong. The monitor had been kidnapped, and now the truth was unfolding. Her captors were connected to old enemies of the royal family. The scene shifted to an industrial warehouse where armed officers surrounded the area. Guards checked every corner, and tension filled the air. Inside, a man sat on a chair, waiting. The father of the monitor stormed in, grabbed his collar, and shouted, Where is my daughter? If anything happens to her, I will not spare you. The man laughed coldly. Why so impatient? Shouldn't you congratulate me? I've revived the pain of your past. Tears filled the father's eyes. She's just a 19-year-old girl. She's already suffered once before. I won't let her suffer again. The man sneered. If my son had lived, he would also be 19 today, but he was burned alive along with my brothers on that cursed train 3605. Only I survived. That train number is carved into my soul. He accused the royals of betrayal. You called us terrorists. You destroyed my family. Now your daughter and the emperor's son will pay. When he finds her false grave, the timer will start. And then tick, 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 everything will end. Meanwhile, at dusk, Prince and Xing reached the warehouse. Richa Singh warned, General said the train 3605 clues led here. The monitor should be inside. But why does it feel empty? Suddenly, they heard faint sounds from a box. The royal guard moved to open it, but Xing stopped him. Wait, something's wrong. Don't open it directly. He remembered his childhood training. His father had taught him to be cautious. As he approached the box, a hand grabbed his wrist. Don't open it, someone warned. Inside are monsters with claws. If you release them, they'll devour you. Xing trembled, tears forming in his eyes, but then the man laughed. I was joking. Still, be careful. Any box could be dangerous. Xing cried out, I hate you. You scared me for nothing. The prince comforted him gently. Don't be afraid. I'll always protect you. The guards inspected the box carefully. No danger detected, they reported. The prince nodded. Open it. Inside, they found a bound figure. It was the monitor. Her body was weak, and a ticking sound echoed. Only 20 minutes remained before an explosion. Police rushed in, securing the warehouse. "There's an explosive device inside," one soldier warned. "But the sensors show a living person. The girl must be here." Xing pressed his ear to the box. "Monitor, don't worry, we'll get you out." Tears streamed down her face. "Papa never came. He never saved me." The timer ticked louder. Oilcat, the technician, shouted, "Less than 10 minutes left. We must enter the password or the box will explode." Xing's heart raced. Time is running out. The prince shouldn't be here. It's too dangerous. But he won't leave. He cares too much about the monitor. And about me. The prince stood firm. "We'll save her no matter what." The prince had already discovered the truth, that Xing's father was involved, but he chose not to reveal it to Richardson yet. During the rescue, Xing forced the prince outside to protect him in case the bomb exploded. At that moment, the prince realized the royal guard's password might be wrong. The real code was tied to Xing's father. He ran to warn them, but the chapter ended there. Now the story continues. The explosion shook the warehouse. Xing shouted, "Did you see? The box blew apart. It was too dangerous. The royal guard didn't have time to dispose of it, so we had to throw it away." Behind him, Yin Zui clung to the monitor, crying, "You scared me so much." Xing laughed softly. "I saw your text earlier. It's good we have a genius like you, or we'd all be finished." The prince thought to himself, "We barely survived." But then gunfire erupted outside. He was pulled aside by the chancellor, who shielded him. "Everyone, move toward the train!" Chaos spread. Soldiers shouted, "The boxes are full of fuses! We're all going to die!" Inside the train, Xing sat beside the prince. The prince looked uneasy, his breathing shallow. Xing asked, "Why are you so tense? I sent you out earlier to protect you. Why are you still afraid?" On the other side, the monitor struggled to stay conscious. The prince coughed heavily in the ambulance. Xing worried. "This isn't right. Last time at the palace, he panicked too. He's terrified. What should I do?" The prince gasped. "It's happening again. I can't breathe. Please, someone help." Then, faintly, he felt a gentle touch. Soft, calming, like raindrops. It reminded him of the dream he had the night before. This feeling, it's the same touch I can never forget. He opened his eyes. Xing was there, watching him. "Are you all right? You're struggling to breathe." The prince stared at him, realizing, last night wasn't a dream. Xing and we really kissed. His heart raced. Suddenly, the train roof collapsed. Xing shouted, "What was that sound?" Debris fell toward the monitor. Yin Ziwi shielded her, taking the blow himself. "Are you okay?" he asked weakly. The monitor cried, "You saved me!" Outside, the commander shouted orders. The monitor saw her father and burst into tears, this time tears of joy. "Papa!" He carried her out along with the others. As the prince followed, someone grabbed Xing's hand. "Come with me." Xing froze. "How does he know my old name? Why does he feel so familiar?" Xing's father led him to a corner, removed his helmet, and revealed his face. Xing's eyes widened. "Father, it's you." Tears filled his eyes. His father embraced him. "You've grown up, my son. My little boy is now a man." Xing asked, "Where have you been all these years?" But before he could answer, the sound of helicopter blades thundered above. His father climbed the ladder, glancing back. "This isn't the time to talk. Come with me. I'll protect you." Xing hesitated. "How do they have a helicopter? Are my friends safe?" He tried to confirm. His father snapped, "You mean the prince? Never trust enemies as friends." The words struck Xing hard. Enemy or savior? The prince now knew the truth. That night with Xing had not been a dream. It was real. Meanwhile, Xing had reunited with his father, who warned him that the prince was an enemy and could never truly be his friend. The chapter begins with fire brigades working to secure the area. The monitor's father rushed to her side. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? She broke down in tears, clinging to him. He held her close. I didn't delay this time. I saved my daughter. You're safe now. Elsewhere, the prince was lost in thought. Firemen whispered among themselves. Look at his face, it's red. Could it be burns? Another replied, No, he insists he's fine. Maybe it's just his skin tone. The prince thought, why didn't I deny it earlier? Instead, I felt a strange connection. Did Xing feel the same? Or was he just trying to escape? He looked around. Where is Xing? He was right behind me. How did he vanish? Suddenly, a soldier reported, Your Highness, the boy who came with us has been taken by the kidnappers. The prince turned, and through the helicopter window he saw Xing staring back at him. His heart sank. Is he leaving us? Is he abandoning me? He ran after the helicopter but stopped, realizing something deeper. Now I know what I truly feel for him. The scene shifted to a private hospital. Yan Zihui teased the monitor. See? I won the bet. When will you give me my reward? Her father asked curiously. What bet? The monitor blushed, embarrassed. Yan Zihui laughed. Don't worry. I'll tell you when the time is right. He thought to himself, her happiness is enough reward for me. Later, the prince entered and asked the monitor's father for a private conversation. They sat together on a bench. The father spoke gently. I know you're worried about Xing. You fear he may turn from friend to enemy. Yes, he carries hatred for us, but he also loves his son deeply. Don't worry, Xing will be safe. The prince thanked him. But the father continued. 15 years ago, Xing's family was burned. I saved some members and moved them to a small village. That's where you and Xing met, becoming close friends. Even after 14 years apart, your bond never changed. Destiny brought you back together. The prince remembered Xing's words, his kindness, his loyalty. The father added, I believe there's something between you two, something stronger than time or distance. That's why you met again after so long. He placed a hand on the prince's shoulder. Solve the misunderstandings of your parents' generation. End the cycle of hatred. I know you can. The prince stood silently, overwhelmed. He thanked him and walked away, tears streaming down his face. Alone in the garden, he whispered, Little potato, where have you gone? I can't find you. Meanwhile, Xing stood on a terrace, troubled. What is the prince doing now? I left without a word. He must be worried. His father approached. Son, for 10 years I've carried this burden. The Empire destroyed our home. I couldn't return. If I did, they would burn your grandmother's house again. Xing protested. No, father. I believe the truth will come out. They investigated that fire. You'll get justice. But his father shouted, You don't understand. The royals are our enemies. Your friend Nan. His father was my friend once, but he betrayed me. Don't trust them. Xing replied firmly. Nan was only 4 years old then. He had nothing to do with it. I know him. He's good. He always stands for truth. His father broke down, remembering his brother's screams as they died. I still hear their voices. I can't forgive. I will take revenge. Sign watched him leave, heart heavy. Father, I can't let you carry this burden alone. Someone must help us. Someone must end this hatred. He looked up at the sky, hoping for guidance. The prince had finally realized the truth. His little potato was none other than Xing. He missed him deeply. Meanwhile, Xing's father wanted his son to see the prince as an enemy and help him take revenge. Xing knew he could never do that, yet he couldn't abandon his father either. The chapter begins at the secret base where Xing had once brought his friends. The prince lay down, hoping the quiet place would ease his mind. But instead of peace, memories returned. He remembered Xing's words. I still have 40 minutes left. For you. Looking up at the starry sky and feeling the cool river breeze, the prince whispered, "This gift was never about the stars or the wind. It was about him. Relief came only because he was with me." Tears filled his eyes and he drifted into sleep. In his dream, he heard a child crying. Opening his eyes, he saw a small boy. "Little potato," he whispered. The boy looked up. "Who are you? When did you come?" The prince's heart leapt. Even if this is just a dream, I can see Xing as a child again. He stroked the boy's hair. "It's been so long, little potato," but the boy shook his head. "You're mistaken. My name is Shah Hussein. That's what everyone calls me." The prince thought, "We called him Little Potato because he was round and dark as a child. That nickname always stayed with me." The boy explained, "I'm crying because my best friend left me without saying goodbye. Grandpa gave me a new name, but when I went to tell him, his family was already gone." The prince remembered. "That night I was taken away while I slept. By morning I was already gone, that's why I couldn't tell him." They shared their pain. "My best friend left too," the prince admitted. "His father didn't like me, so he went away." Xing wiped his tears. "I know my friend had a reason. Yours must have too. Maybe he left to convince his father that you weren't bad." The prince's heart softened. Xing smiled. "If my father disliked my friend, I'd try to make him see the good in him. Maybe your friend did the same." The prince cried again, but Xing held his hand. "Don't worry. We'll stand together. Let's play." He tied a rope to a tree and swung like Tarzan, laughing as he fell into the water. The prince hesitated, then joined him. They splashed each other, laughing like children. Afterward, they lay on the ground, exhausted but smiling. Xing said, "Remember my new name. If you ever lose your way, it will help you find me." The prince whispered, "Little potato, I've already found you." Xing kissed him on the cheek. "Your friend is still waiting for you. Don't make him wait too long. Trust me." The prince woke suddenly. His secretary was calling, "Your Highness, wake up. The wind is strong. You'll catch a chill." She added, "We need you to investigate what Li 40 and his 14 brothers did 15 years ago. Bring us the truth." The prince nodded. "I must uncover the truth and prove to Xing's father that I am not their enemy. Only then will this cycle of hatred end." Xin was at the swimming pool gazing at the moon. "It's a full moon tonight, just like the night when I took him to my secret place. What must he be doing now?" He looked into the water and saw the prince's reflection. His heart raced. "Why do I see him everywhere? What's happening to me?" As he walked away, a cat crossed his path. He smiled. "So cute, just like him." He bent down to pet it, then shook his head. "Am I losing my mind? How can I compare a cat to Nan?" Later, exhausted, Xing lay down to rest. Closing his eyes, he saw the prince's face. His cheeks flushed red, his heartbeat quickened. "I'm going crazy. I need to see him." Just then, he heard a sound outside. It was his father, drinking alone. "Father, it's almost morning. Why are you still awake?" His father sighed. "I can't sleep. I'm haunted." He pulled out an old photograph of himself and Xing's mother. "Today marks our anniversary. She's gone, but I still feel her everywhere." Tears filled his eyes. He told Xing about his youth. "We hated each other at first, fought constantly. But later, she became everything to me. When she disappeared, I searched endlessly. I never gave up." Xing comforted him. "Don't lose hope, father. I'll help you find her." His father smiled faintly. "You've grown strong, son." Then he asked, "Tell me, have you ever felt something for someone?" Xing hesitated. "Yes, but it's not a girl. It's a boy. I don't even know how to explain it." He thought nervously, "Will father accept this?" To his surprise, his father didn't react with anger. So what kind of boy is he? Xing whispered. It's Nan. His father placed a hand on his head. I don't care about that. What matters is how he feels about you. Don't hide your heart. Xing's eyes filled with tears. I miss him so much. I want to see him again. Meanwhile, the prince was in the royal library, poring over old newspapers. His secretary urged, Your Highness, you need rest. You've been working for 2 days straight. But the prince shook his head. I must know the truth. 15 years ago, Li 40 and his men died in that train, burned beyond recognition. But evidence suggested they betrayed the nation, passing information to the enemy. My father never believed it. They were his closest friends. The queen entered. Why waste your time? This has nothing to do with your father's fate. But the prince stood firm. Mother, this case isn't simple. If Li 40 was wronged, then those who hid the truth are still a danger to our country. My father wanted this investigated. It's my duty to finish what he started. The queen grew quiet, remembering. Your father never slept after that day. On his deathbed, he asked me to continue the investigation. I tried, but without Li 40, I couldn't stop the corruption. Your uncle retired, and the case slipped away. I protected you instead. The prince asked, But how do you know father and Li 40 were truly friends? The queen revealed, The man who kidnapped Shiv, that was Li 40. He's alive. The prince's heart pounded. Alive? Then I must meet him. The queen removed a necklace from her neck and handed it to him. Find him. Give him this. Tell him I want to see him. Only then will he believe. The prince held the necklace tightly. This is the key. I must uncover the truth for my father and for Xing. The queen had asked the prince to meet Li 40 and handed him the necklace she always wore, a token to prove her sincerity. The prince accepted the responsibility, determined to uncover the truth. The chapter begins with Xing standing on a terrace holding a leaf in his hand. He whispered softly, Nan. Just then, a phone rang, and the prince's dream shattered. On the call, the commander reported new information. The prince was stunned. You found him? Stay calm. We're coming immediately. The scene shifted to Lapu City. The commander explained, We discovered several machines here. After checking, we confirmed this bungalow is where Li 40 is hiding. The prince looked toward the building. On the terrace, Xing stood quietly, enjoying the night breeze. The prince's heart raced as he watched him, unable to look away until the commander interrupted. What will you do now? The prince replied firmly, I'll go inside and meet Xing alone. This is my responsibility. I want to resolve this peacefully and I need his help. Later that night, the prince prepared himself. When I was young, I trained in martial arts. I can handle this. If something goes wrong, the emergency plan will activate. He slipped past the CCTV cameras, moving silently. But suddenly, a guard appeared. Stop! Who are you? Meanwhile, Xing remained on the terrace, troubled. There's patrol everywhere. Escaping is impossible. If I leave, the royal family will know where we are. He remembered his father's words. If you want to meet him, tell me who he is. I'll send someone. But Xing had refused. I don't want him hurt because of me. If this continues, when will I ever see Nan again? And then, as he turned, he saw the prince standing before him. His heartbeat quickened, his eyes lit up with a spark long lost. The prince had evaded the guards and now stood face to face with him. For a moment, neither spoke. They simply stared at each other. Then Xing broke the silence. I must be crazy. I see Nan again, even if this is a dream. He reached out and embraced the prince tightly. I miss you. I really, really miss you. The prince held him back. I miss you too. Xing felt his warmth, realizing this wasn't a dream. He's real. He's here. But guilt struck him. What have I done? I crossed the line again. The prince cupped his face gently, studying him. His eyebrows haven't changed, just like when he was a child. How could I not recognize him? They hid together as patrols passed. Their faces were close, breaths mingling. Xing's heart pounded, but the prince pulled back slightly. Are you all right here? Uncle Ju and Mishu miss you. They talk about you every day. The prince thought, I can't endure this. Maybe it's better if we keep our distance. Otherwise, we'll only become a joke. Xing, however, felt crushed. I thought he felt the same. Maybe I was wrong. He asked quietly, Did you come here alone? It's dangerous. The prince nodded. Yes, but I came because I need to tell you something. The chapter ends here. In the next chapter, Xing will ask, What do you want to say? The prince will reveal, I've been studying your father's case. Every piece of evidence is against him, but my mother told me she has clues. She wants to meet him and talk. Xing will respond, I've tried to convince my father for days, but he's consumed by bitter memories and hatred. Xing knew his father could not easily be convinced. He loses control whenever the royal family is mentioned. I don't know if he'll ever agree to meet the queen. The prince then revealed the necklace. Look at this, Xing. Do you recognize it? Xing's eyes widened. How do you have this? The prince explained. It's the necklace my mother always wore. She said that when your father sees it, he will remember and agree to meet her, Xing whispered. When I was a child, my mother wore the same necklace. Could it be our mothers shared a bond? Just then the door opened. Xing's father entered. The prince quickly stood. We should leave. If he sees us together, he won't listen. He'll attack. Xing held the prince's hand. Don't worry, I'll explain. Xing turned to his father. If we stand together, we can heal the wounds of the past. The prince smiled faintly. Yes, together we can. Later, Xing's father invited him closer. Taste this soup. I made it just like when you were small. Your mother loved it. Xing inhaled deeply. It smells exactly like hers. Thank you, father. It makes me feel at home again. Memories flooded back. I still remember her eyes when she smiled. She always said the ruby necklace carried deep meaning. Do you know its story? His father nodded. There were 2 identical necklaces, crafted by your mother's family. 19 years ago, she suffered heavy bleeding during childbirth. Her blood type was rare, Rh negative. No donor could be found. The queen, who shared the same blood type, gave her blood without hesitation. That gift saved her life. To thank her, we gave her one of the necklaces. We made an agreement. When her son grew up, he would stand beside our son, as brothers. Xing showed the necklace. Is this the same one? His father froze. How did this reach you? I can tell which belongs to your mother and which to the queen. This one is hers. How did the queen's necklace come to you? Xing explained softly. The queen has been searching for you. She wants to speak with you. His father's face darkened. I trusted no one but you. And now even you bring me messages from my enemies. Who in this world will not betray me? Xing embraced him. Father, I love you. I'll always be with you. I don't want you hurt. I want to live in a home where your soup warms me, where peace exists. Tears filled his father's eyes, but Xing pressed on. The royal family believes something went wrong years ago. Hatred blinds you. If you cling to it, you'll never find the true culprit. His father shook his head. You don't understand. The queen cannot be trusted. This is all a trap. At that moment, a voice rang out. We are ready to stand as a bridge. It was the prince. Until your meeting with the queen is finished, I will remain here. I came alone. What more proof can I give that you can trust us? Xing's father was stunned. He stared at the prince, then drew his pistol. You! Go to hell! He shouted. Xing's father had raised his gun at the prince, but Xing stepped in front of him. Father, don't! He's my best friend. I won't let you hurt him. His father shouted angrily, Move aside! He cannot be trusted. But Xing held firm, looking at the prince. I told you to hide. Why didn't you listen? The prince met his gaze calmly. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, neither looked away. Xing's father remembered his son's words from long ago, how he had praised the prince as honest and noble. His heart wavered. My son admires him, but if this bond grows, my revenge will never be fulfilled. Night fell. In another place, the Queen's secretary reported, Your Majesty, we've checked. No one is following us, but the prince is in their hands. The Queen sighed. He had no choice. He surrendered himself. This is his only chance. The door opened, and at last, Li 40 appeared. The Queen stared at him, remembering the boy she once knew. 15 years have changed everything. Li 40 looked at her with bitterness. You've changed too. I didn't come here to talk about the past. Let's speak of the truth. He pointed to the scar on his face. This was from the day I defended the Emperor. After that, I and my 13 brothers were sent on a secret mission. But everything turned against us. And now, if the royal family betrays me again, your son will pay the price. The Queen stopped her secretary from reacting. Li 40, you know what I endured after you vanished. My daughter and I faced every trial. But remember, before the Emperor's death, we were one family. We faced every hardship together. We can do so again. Li 40 laughed bitterly. Your people betrayed me. My brothers died. How can I trust you? The Queen revealed her investigation. I found clues. Dulan sent his wife and child abroad before the tragedy. His son still lives in the palace. The truth is, it wasn't Nan who betrayed you. It was Dulan. He spread false rumors that you were working with the enemy. Li 40 trembled. So all this time, it was him. The Queen handed him a diary. This belonged to the prince's father. Read it. Li 40 opened it. The entries revealed the Emperor's doubts. I cannot believe 40 would betray us. All evidence points against him, but my heart refuses. I asked Dulan to investigate again, but no proof was found. My brother, forgive me. One day we will meet again. Tears filled Li 40's eyes. Brother, you suffered so much, and I never knew. The Queen said softly. This pain consumed the prince's father until his death. He never recovered. But now, we can uncover the truth. We can clear your name. Li 40 whispered, I believe you, but I cannot be sure the Queen will protect me in the future. The prince stepped forward. Uncle Li, thank you for trusting us. Dulan's power is strong, but we have a way to fight back. The prince was startled, imagining Xing before him. In his dream, he whispered, Do you like my body? Xing leaned closer, his presence overwhelming, and the prince felt warmth as if Xing were truly there. The dream blurred into sensation. The prince thought, whatever this is, it feels good. He heard himself confess, Xing, I love you deeply. But when he opened his eyes, no one was there. It was only a dream, yet it felt so real that he couldn't escape the emotion. Later, unable to resist, the prince walked to Xing's chamber. Xing, exhausted from training, was fast asleep. The prince quietly approached, listening to his steady breathing. So comfortable, so peaceful, he thought, and drifted into sleep beside him. In his slumber, Xing instinctively reached out, wrapping his arms around the prince. They lay together, embraced, unaware of the boundary between dream and reality. Even in sleep, Xing felt the prince's presence. Moments later, Xing stirred. His eyes opened slightly and he saw the prince beside him. Believing it was still a dream, he kissed the prince's forehead, then softly brushed his lips against his. He smiled faintly and fell back asleep. The prince awoke suddenly, shocked. This can't be real? Am I still dreaming? His heart raced. confused by the blurred line between fantasy and truth. He quietly slipped away, unwilling for anyone to discover what had happened. When Xing finally woke, he stretched and sighed. That bed was so comfortable. I dreamt I was sleeping with him, holding him close. It felt so real. I never want to wake from such a dream. He touched his lips, remembering the sensation. Then his eyes fell on the pillow. A single golden strand of hair lay there. Xing froze. Golden hair. Only the prince has this. Was it really a dream? Or was he here? The prince and Xing sat together in the car, both gazing outward, yet their thoughts were fixed on each other. Xing wondered, if last night wasn't a dream, then I kissed him again. He came into my room. But how could he do that? Still, I found his golden hair. What is happening? Meanwhile, the prince was troubled. I used to imagine these moments only in dreams, but now I've taken advantage of him while he slept. He hasn't asked me about it. Does that mean he doesn't know? Or is he hiding it to cover the shame? The silence grew heavy until Xing finally spoke. Do you have something you want to tell me? The prince quickly turned away. No, nothing. Xing thought sadly. I'm a fool. I imagined too much. The prince tried to change the subject. Did you sleep well last night? Xing smiled faintly. I had a dream. In it, a special person was sleeping beside me. I felt all my worries vanish. When I woke, I wasn't sure if I was back in reality. It was wonderful. The prince's heart pounded. He remembered how peacefully Xing had slept beside him. Yes, he said softly. I slept well, too. Xing's heart raced at the prince's smile. That smile. It's beautiful. It makes me lose control. Then Xing noticed something. He touched the prince's neck. Wait, what's this? He pulled away a dark strand of hair. This is mine. Both blushed, realizing what it meant. Before they could speak further, the secretary entered. Your Highness, bad news, she explained. Since our diplomatic relations with Valu Naresh began, their people have gathered at the border, causing unrest. Civilians are in danger. Our public support has dropped to 35%. With elections in 2 months, consultants advise you to personally handle the situation. The prince nodded gravely. If it's this serious, we must go. But will you come with me, Xing? Xing's heart leapt. Yes, I'll go. The scene shifted to Port Blair. As the prince landed, crowds greeted him warmly. Xing followed close behind, watching as the prince spoke with officials. Tell me, how is the situation? The member replied, Your Highness, your presence here is already helping. Xing thought. This is the first time I've seen him handle political affairs so confidently. He truly is a leader. The prince reassured the people. Don't worry, we'll resolve this quickly. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted. Your Highness, don't you want to know who was behind this? It was Prince Follow, returning after many days. The prince smiled politely. Yes, it's been a while. Xing frowned, irritated. This man again. Prince Follow continued. The unrest was caused by our enemies. You don't know how much I've suffered. He stepped closer, but Xing blocked his path. His Highness is here to solve matters, not to listen to endless complaints. Prince Follow laughed, then turned to Xing. If I think carefully, aren't you Lalit Singh? Why are you always with him? Xing's anger flared. I am His Highness's personal guard. It is my duty to protect him from anyone who might harm him. So mind your words. Prince Follow smirked. Interesting. A personal guard with such spirit? Xing had realized the truth, that the prince had truly been in his room that night, and it was no dream. Meanwhile, tensions at the border forced the prince and his council into urgent meetings. Inside the state office, officials debated fiercely. Everyone offered their views on how to handle the unrest, but no clear solution emerged. The atmosphere was tense. Xing stood quietly at the side, overwhelmed. This is the first time I've joined such a formal operation with him. It feels unreal, like a dream. But I must focus. I need to listen carefully so I can help him later. With determination, Xing began noting every word spoken. Yet after 30 minutes, the endless arguments drained him. My head is spinning. I don't understand half of this. I want to help him, but what can I do? The prince spoke firmly. I've worked hard to build relations between our nations, but these riots make me doubt the future. The people of Valu Naresh are also our people. My father always cared for them. Tomorrow we will announce measures to ease their hearts. Hearing this, Xing was shocked. All his effort, it can't be dismissed so easily. His sudden outburst drew stares from the room. The prince looked at him, surprised but calm. Xing thought, I said too much. I only wanted to defend him. Some questioned his presence. Who is this? How can he join a closed meeting? He has no standing here. Xing lowered his eyes, ready to leave, but the prince rose. We forgot to introduce him. He provided critical assistance in establishing diplomatic relations with Valu Naresh. Without him, this progress would not exist. He has every right to stand here. The room fell silent. The prince continued, If you deny his existence, you deny ours. What he said was not wrong. Diplomatic relations mean both nations must stand as shields for each other, working together to overcome obstacles, not retreating into division. Xing's heart swelled. He defended me, in front of everyone. The prince handled the tense situation with calm authority, explaining that hidden forces were behind the unrest, trying to weaken the bond between the two nations. Xing watched him closely, impressed. His eyes shone with admiration. I want to be like him, standing tall, handling everything with such composure. I must grow stronger too. That night, Xing entered the prince's study. The prince was reviewing documents. What is it? He asked. Xing replied, May I look at these papers too? I promise I won't interfere. If I study them, I might learn the history of these incidents and someday help you. The prince considered, then handed him a book. All right, start here. If you face difficulty, tell me. Xing smiled brightly. Thank you. Together they read late into the night. Suddenly the phone rang. The prince answered. A voice reported, Your Highness, riots have broken out again near the airport. Your approval rating has dropped by 1%. It now stands at 39. The prince sighed, weary. Xing looked at him with concern. He's been running since dawn, with no rest. And now, after all his effort, he hears this discouraging news. I must do something, even if I can't solve everything. At least I can ease his burden. Xing placed a hand on the prince's shoulder. Do you want to recharge? The prince frowned. Recharge? What do you mean? Without hesitation, Xing pulled him into his arms. The prince froze in shock. Xing whispered, I heard that hugs solve 80% of problems. If not the problems, at least the stress. He held the prince tightly. Close your eyes. Just rest for a moment. The prince listened to the rhythm of a heartbeat, unsure if it was Xing's or his own. He closed his eyes. Xing murmured, even if only for a short while. Take some rest. They remained embraced for a long time. After a while, Xing teased softly, Your heartbeat is racing, but you told me last night you slept well beside me. The prince blushed, flustered. Whoa, what are you saying? We didn't sleep together. Xing smiled slyly. Not exactly, but your golden hair was on my pillow, and my black strand was on your shoulder. Admit it, you were there. The prince hesitated, then laughed nervously. Perhaps I was sleepwalking. Xing raised an eyebrow. So you always shine like that when you sleepwalk? Or have you done this before, with someone else? The prince grew angry. Enough, Xing! Calm yourself. They bickered lightly, but beneath the quarrel lingered warmth neither could deny. Shane introduced himself politely. Dr. Song, I am Nishan Singh, His Royal Highness's personal guard. The prince asked me to welcome you. Dr. Song smiled. Ah, hello, Guard Nishan. I've heard much about you. You are hardworking, honest, and noble. Singh nodded. Then let's head to the meeting. His Highness is waiting. Dr. Song followed gratefully. Yet in his heart, Singh wondered, as a guard, shouldn't I remain by the prince's side? Why am I here fetching doctors instead? 2 hours earlier, Prince Valon had been discussing plans. This strategy is perfect. It aligns exactly with Valu Naresh's expectations. I'm excited to see what comes next. Xing, listening nearby, grew irritated. He talks too much. Can he ever stop? The prince asked calmly. Your Highness Valon, I don't understand your comment. Please explain. Valon stepped closer, smiling. Xing clenched his fists. He dares to approach the prince like this? I won't allow it. He moved to intervene, but the secretary spoke up. Guard Nishan, this is Dr. Song, a telecommunications expert. His skills in encryption and camera technology are unmatched. He was chosen to assist us today. Please escort him safely from the airport. You are His Highness's most trusted man. Xing accepted the task. No matter what, I must complete this mission. I won't let Valon distract me. On his way, Xing collided with a stranger who quickly hid his face and tried to flee. Xing recognized him. I saw this man in the files last night. He's a middleman, linking external protest organizations. Without hesitation, Xing struck, his aim precise. The blow landed on the man's neck, dropping him instantly. The man gasped. My name is John. I'm from Bisaya country. I only came here for vacation. I love Kailash Naresh's food. I don't know why you think I'm guilty. Xing's eyes blazed. Every word you just spoke is a lie. Tell me the truth or you'll regret it. The man laughed nervously, then confessed. Fine, my real name is Jesse. I came to represent the Saya, government, and deliver messages to the protest organization. There's a meeting today I must attend. I've only spoken with my contact online, through video calls. I've never met him in person. That's all I know. Please let me go. Xing thought, he and we're not so different. But I must use this information wisely. He turned to Dr. Song. I have an idea, but I'll need your help. Dr. Song hesitated, then nodded. Tell me what you need. I'll assist you. Meanwhile, Jesse's contact was waiting elsewhere. A stylish figure appeared, calling out, Are you Jesse? The man looked striking, confident. Nice to meet you. Jesse blushed. Hello? Xing, watching from a distance, thought, So this is the one. If I'm to expose him, I must prepare carefully. Patience is key. On the road, the stylish stranger, Leuven, smiled. You know, Jesse, you're even more handsome in reality than on video calls. Xing, disguised as Jesse, stammered nervously. Really? He worried. I must not get caught. Xing, disguised as Jesse, met Leuven. His heart raced as Leuven greeted him warmly. I'm so happy to finally meet you. How are you? Xing, listening through the hidden Bluetooth connection, could hear Jesse's real voice guiding him. Jesse explained, I forgot to tell you. Leuven and I had been talking online for months. Today, through this protest meeting, we were supposed to meet in person for the first time. Hearing this, Xing clenched his fists. So this is the truth. He's been dating Leuven online. I must stay calm. Out loud, he forced a smile. I'm happy too. Leuven stepped closer. What you said yesterday, I'm ready. Xing didn't understand, but through the hidden camera fitted nearby, the prince and his allies were watching everything. Leuven continued. I've booked a hotel. The meeting starts in 3 hours. Until then, we can do whatever we want. Prince Valon laughed at the sight. So, you've sent your own guard into the enemy's arms, Your Highness. Truly clever. The prince smiled faintly. This shows how sincere Kailash Naresh's citizens are. They'll do anything to build ties with allied nations. But Valon studied the prince's face. Your words don't match your expression. You look afraid, as if something is about to be stolen from you. The prince grew uneasy. Why didn't Nishan Singh tell me all this? 30 minutes earlier, Xing had explained his plan over video call. Dr. Song will help me disguise myself. Jesse will communicate with me through Bluetooth so I don't slip. Once inside, I'll take pictures of the protest meeting. Those images will be powerful evidence. The prince had been alarmed. This is too dangerous. You shouldn't do it. But Xing insisted. You work so hard, always carrying the burden alone. I want to help. I want to be someone worthy of standing beside you. I'll do this myself with my own wings. The prince was moved. Xing, you. Before he could finish, Xing interrupted. I know the risks, but this is a great opportunity. If we don't try, how will we ever move forward? Progress requires a step of courage. The prince finally smiled. Then do what you wish. We'll stand with you. In his heart, he thought, Xing, we will always be by your side. Xing had disguised himself as Jesse to infiltrate the protest organization. But things quickly grew complicated when Leuven, Jesse's supposed lover, pulled him into a hotel room. Xing tried to resist, nervous and uncomfortable, but Leuven insisted. Don't act so innocent. You wanted this. Online, you gave me hope, and now we're finally together. Xing struggled to maintain control. What is he doing? He's clinging too much. I must stay calm. Leuven embraced him, apologizing. I was just so happy to meet you that I forgot to think about your feelings. Let's rest for now. Unable to contain himself, Xing pushed Leuven away. The real Jesse, listening through Bluetooth, grew furious. Why did you push him? He's my boyfriend. If you hurt him again, I won't forgive you. Xing realized his mistake. It wasn't his fault. It was mine. Jesse pleaded. Tell him you like him, quickly. Xing froze. How can I confess love? The one I truly love is someone else, the prince. But Jesse clarified. I mean, tell him from me. I want him to know how much I love him. Even if I'm arrested, I want him to remember that I care deeply, that no one else can take his place. Hearing Jesse's heartfelt words, Xing smiled sadly. He's braver than me. If he can confess, then maybe I can too. Gathering courage, Xing spoke. I've dreamed of us together, dancing, racing bikes, lying under the moonlight by the river. Whenever I faced hardship, you were the one who believed in me. Because of you, I became stronger. And now, I've fallen deeply in love with you. The prince, watching through the hidden camera, blushed furiously. His heart raced uncontrollably. He covered his eyes, overwhelmed. Leuven, hearing the confession, held Xing's hand. Then I love you too. Xing smiled nervously. I just want to know you better. Let's spend time together before anything else. Leuven nodded. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. Meanwhile, Jesse whispered through the connection. At least he knows now. Even if I have no future with him, my love will remain in his heart. The prince listened silently, his chest tightening. This is the first time I've realized if I don't hold on to him, he might belong to someone else. Later, at the protest headquarters, the leader introduced Xing. This is Jesse, our liaison officer from the Saya government. He will guide us in expanding the protests. Xing greeted them. Hello, everyone, the leader's son added. The government tried to silence us, but we are ready to spread riots across more cities. Xing thought grimly. I never imagined the Saya government would go this far. I must gather evidence quickly. But suddenly one man stood up. This isn't Jesse. I knew Jesse 4 years ago. He looks similar, but he's not the same. The real Jesse shouted, That's my double. He's impersonating me. The leader turned, raising a gun to Xing's head. Who are you? Xing had narrowly escaped danger when the protest leaders discovered his disguise. With quick thinking and the help of allies, the police raided the hideout, and the organization was dismantled. Everyone praised Xing's bravery. Guard Li, you are truly His Highness's shield. Without you, many would have escaped, the officers said. Xing blushed, murmuring thanks. Later, the secretary handed him the phone. His Highness is at the conference, but he wants to speak with you. Xing's face turned red as he answered. Hello? The prince's voice came warmly. You did well. Rest now and wait for me. I'll come to you soon. Xing smiled softly, his heart racing. I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes. That night, exhausted from the day's battles, Xing slept deeply. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his hair. He stirred, opening his eyes, and saw the prince beside him. Shocked, he grabbed the prince's hand. Is everything all right? The prince smiled. Yes, everything is settled. Xing placed the prince's hand against his hair. Then, will you give me my report now? The prince chuckled, and the moment lingered between them. The next morning, as they prepared for the day, the prince approached Xing. I want something from you. Will you accompany me tomorrow to the city? I've heard the streets are beautiful, full of life. Walking there as ordinary people would bring peace, and the food. Everyone says it's wonderful. Xing's heart leapt. To walk beside him, not as guard and prince, but as two people, this is what I've always wanted. Xing thought to himself, so many days have passed and you haven't had a single moment of peace. I just want you to rest properly for once, and I want to take you on a date. The prince blushed, embarrassed by the thought. Tomorrow we have work during the day, but tomorrow night, yes, we can go. We'll take some time for ourselves. Inside, he wondered, what am I thinking? Why do I keep misunderstanding everything? Xing held the prince's hand. You can ask me, too. What report do you want? The prince hesitated. Why? Xing smiled. On the Nation's Day, that man who claimed I was Jesse. You didn't send him, did you? The prince shook his head. No, he came on his own. When you decided to go to the birthday gathering, we only told him to keep watch. Hearing this, Xing smiled softly. Still, you are my senior. He placed the prince's hand against his face. Tell me, what report do you want? The prince looked at him, then gently laid Xing down, resting beside him. We need to recharge. Tomorrow we'll be busy. Xing placed his hand on the prince's head, smiling. Sleep as long as you want. I'll always be here. I'll always be your exclusive charge. The next day, Xing waited outside with his bike, ready to take the prince out. He was so busy yesterday. I wonder if the energy I gave him was enough, or if he needs to be recharged again. Then he heard a voice. Nishan Singh! He turned to see the prince, dressed casually like an ordinary young man. He looked striking. Xing's heart skipped. The prince laughed. How long will you keep staring? You don't even know how to preserve yourself. Look at me. How do I look? Xing thought, he doesn't realize how cute he already is. He turned away, embarrassed. Very nice. Then he added, I'll take you to the market. I've planned everything. The prince smiled. All right. He sat behind Xing, holding him tightly. Xing blushed at the unexpected closeness. Tonight, I want to be only with him. I want him to take me somewhere far away, where we can see the whole world together. At the market, Xing pointed out foods. We need this and this and this. The prince sniffed the aromas. These smell wonderful. Xing grinned. Sit there and wait. I'll bring everything. The prince sat down, looking effortlessly handsome. Nearby girls whispered, Look at him. He's so charming, like a superstar. I want to talk to him. Another added, He's cute, but maybe not very smart. Xing returned with dishes. Here, all the foods you've never tried before. You don't know how delicious they are. The prince smiled. The fragrance alone tells me how good they'll taste. He picked up a dish. What is this? How do we eat it? Xing explained patiently. It's light, tasty, and healthy. Try it with chopsticks. The prince fumbled, and Xing leaned closer. Let me help you. The girls watching whispered again. He already has a boyfriend. Look how close they are. The prince asked softly, "Is it all right for us to eat outside like this in front of everyone?" Ching laughed. "You're not a prince right now. You're just you. No need to be so formal." The prince looked at him, smiling. "All right. Tonight I'll listen to you." Xing replied warmly, "Don't worry. You can depend on me." The prince and Xing wandered through the market, enjoying the evening like ordinary people. The prince tasted a sweet and exclaimed, "This is delicious!" He turned to Xing with a playful smile. "Since you brought me here, I want you to taste it too." "Open your mouth." Xing hesitated but complied. The prince gently fed him, and Xing blushed. "You've changed," he muttered. The prince laughed. "You're the one who told me not to be so formal." Later, Xing noticed a bit of ice cream on the prince's lips. He reached out instinctively, but the prince grew flustered. "What are you doing?" Xing quickly snapped a selfie instead, teasing him. The prince chased after him, demanding, "Delete it now!" Xing laughed. "Never!" The prince shouted, "That's an order!" But Xing only ran further until he finally stopped, breathless. "Fine, punish me if you want." Soon after, the prince spotted a toy tiger. "Buy me that one," he said. Xing frowned. "What's so special about it? Its eyes are crooked." The prince chuckled. "It looks just like you." Xing bristled. "What? I'm handsome." The prince teased. "But when you're angry, you look exactly like this tiger." Deep down, he thought, even in anger, he's cute. Xing retorted, "Then I'll get a giant rabbit, clumsy and silly, just like you." The prince laughed. "Little rabbit, is it?" Xing grinned. "Yes, and now we're armed, tiger and rabbit." The prince hushed him. "Quiet. People are listening." Suddenly, fireworks lit up the sky. The crowd gasped in awe. "So beautiful! If you make a wish during fireworks, it will come true," someone said. Xing seized the prince's hand. The prince froze, his heart racing. "This feels like a dream. His hand is so soft, softer than in my dreams." The prince whispered his wishes. First, that our nation and its people always live in peace and prosperity. Second, that the queen recovers quickly. Xing thought, he always sacrifices himself for others. He loves this country so deeply. The prince continued. And third, tonight. He left the words unfinished, but Xing understood. My only wish is to be the one who loves him truly, who protects him with all my heart. Their eyes met, hearts pounding. Xing pulled the prince close and kissed him. They held each other for a long time, lost in the moment. Finally, Xing whispered, "If that's your wish, I'll take you somewhere where you can forget everything, where only we exist." The prince and Xing arrived at the hot springs. The prince smiled. "You said you'd take me somewhere where time would feel endless. Was this what you meant?" Xing nodded. "After such a long day, nothing is more relaxing than this." He laughed softly. "Close your eyes." The prince hesitated. "Why? What are you planning?" Xing reminded him gently. "You said tonight you trusted me completely, so trust me now." The prince closed his eyes, and Xing moved behind him, massaging his shoulders. The prince thought nervously, "What is he doing? Why is he standing so close?" Yet the warmth of the massage made him relax. His breath grew heavier, his body remembering dreams he had once tried to forget. Xing whispered, "Tell me, how does it feel?" The prince blushed deeply. "It's only a massage, but my heart wants something more." Xing himself struggled. "The heat of the springs. His body feels so warm. My hands burn just touching him. No, I must control myself. I can't hurt him." To distract himself, he asked, "Are you happy tonight?" The prince smiled. "Very happy. At the palace or at school, life was always duty. But tonight I saw so much. The man selling food, The girls laughing together, the couple wishing for a future under the fireworks. It reminded me why I must protect this country. Xing listened, captivated. Even when he speaks of duty, he shines brighter. How can I resist? The prince continued softly. When I was 5, my mother left me with a family near her home. They gave me the most precious memories of my childhood. I still remember them. He looked at Xing. And now you've given me new memories. Thank you for coming back to me. Xing's heart pounded. He placed his hand gently on the prince's face. I can't stop myself, but I must. He leaned closer, almost kissing him, but pulled away at the last moment. I'm tired. I need the bathroom. Inside, he thought, if I hadn't stopped, I might have crossed the line. The prince sat quietly, disappointed but understanding. He stopped because he cares for me. Still, my mind is full of him. I want to break free of all restraint, but I mustn't. Just then, footsteps approached. The prince thought it was Xing returning, but it was Valon. He smiled slyly. Your Highness, I didn't want to disturb your private time, but first, look at these photos. He handed over a phone. The prince's eyes widened. They were pictures of him and Xing together that night. So this is what you've been doing, Valon said. You sent people to follow us, didn't you? The prince's expression hardened. What do you intend with these photos? Did you send spies to track us? After Valon's warning, both the prince and Xing decided to keep a careful distance in public, though their hearts remained close. They knew they must protect each other while avoiding suspicion. Soon, their group arrived in Milan for an important meeting. The advisors announced, Our approval rating has risen to 65%. This will help us in the upcoming elections. The prince nodded. Yes, but we must remain vigilant. With only 1 month left, challenges will surely come. Xing added, Every day is filled with speeches and conferences. You never rest, Your Highness. Despite the heavy workload, their bond grew stronger in secret. Later that night, the prince sat in his room looking at photographs. Is this what he wants too? That we remain hidden? No matter. I cannot change my plan. I must tell him what I feel. A message arrived. It was from Xing, sending a location. Can you meet me? The prince followed the directions through the palace garden until he reached a tree decorated with lights. Beneath it stood Xing, waiting. The prince opened his eyes and smiled. Xing. They sat together under the glowing tree, gazing at the sky. The prince spoke softly. When I was young, I cried often. My mother told me a prince must never cry before others. So I came here, to this tree, and poured out my heart. This tree knows all my secrets, just as you do. He rested his head on Xing's shoulder. Xing blushed, watching him. He pulled out a blanket. I thought it might be cold tonight. I didn't want you to shiver. The prince laughed warmly. Who would have thought Milan's crown prince could be so gentle? They teased each other, exchanging playful words. Xing whispered, Only I know how you truly are. The prince touched his face, and only I know how pure you are. Their hearts raced as they leaned closer. For a moment, Xing remembered Valon's warning, that a prince and a commoner could never last. He tried to pull away, but the prince held his face firmly. It's all right. No one will see us. He kissed him, and Xing surrendered. After days of restraint, they finally expressed their love openly. They kissed again and again, unwilling to let go. When they pulled apart, Xing's face was red with embarrassment. I never thought you could be like this. The prince laughed. Neither did I. But it seems I can only show this side of myself to you. He continued. Do you remember when I first entered college? I gave you a gift then. I didn't know why I did it, perhaps only to catch your attention. The prince placed the gift once more into Xing's hands. The prince handed Xing a gift. We know what our heart feels and who it belongs to. This gift is for you. Xing opened it and found a piece of jewelry. This, isn't this from the royal stall? Why are you giving it to me? The prince smiled. 21 years ago, my father proposed to my mother with this very piece. He decorated the royal garden, gathered all the fragments, and when she saw the complete design, he knelt before her and asked for her hand. Just as he gave her his heart, I now give mine to you. Will you accept my proposal? Xing's face turned crimson. He stammered, I'm only 20% ready. Then quieter, but why me? The prince leaned closer. Because it's you. Always you. Xing hesitated. This piece was meant for the monitor, wasn't it? Doesn't the heart belong to them? The prince silenced him gently. Don't speak of history that way. The truth is, I joined Milan College only to be near you. My mother wanted it, but my heart, it was always searching for you. He continued. Back then, I was trapped in politics, surrounded by opposition schemes. My world was loneliness. I never imagined meeting you, but when I did, you brought happiness into my life. You were misunderstood, feared by classmates, judged unfairly. Yet you stood up for that girl, teaching me that if we retreat, injustice wins. That day, you freed me from my cage. Since then, my heart has carried an unspoken truth. I love you. The prince touched Xing's face. I don't want to stand outside your heart anymore. I want to enter your world, share your joys and sorrows. Xing, I love you deeply. Tears streamed down Xing's cheeks. He embraced the prince. No one has ever said such things to me. I love you too. I'll never forget you. You are everything to me. I'll never be a burden. I'll always stand by your side. He kissed the prince's forehead. Later, Xing sat alone, reflecting. For his safety, I must keep some distance. Tonight, I didn't go to him. Instead, I trained. And when I saw the doll that looked like him at the royal palace, the secretary reported urgently. The groom has already sent invitations to 4 soldiers. This means he has discovered the secret of Sector 400. He must have some hidden power. The prince frowned. But we kept everything secure. How did he find out? The secretary replied, It could only have been an insider. Someone from within must have leaked it. The prince adjusted his clothes. No, only a few people knew. Xing, my mother, the astrologers, and myself. They are all loyal. But the secretary pressed further. Your Highness, you forgot one person. He was with us the whole time. If he noticed even a small detail, he could have revealed it. The prince shook his head. You mean GB? No, he's my friend. He would never betray us. The secretary sighed. I'm glad you have friends from college, but you must stay alert. If you are careless, not only you but the entire royal family could be endangered. The prince left, troubled. Perhaps I need to investigate quietly. If anything is wrong, I must know. Later, at Milan College, the prince walked through the campus. Students cheered happily. It had been days since they last saw him, but his mind was elsewhere, lost in memories of childhood. A student approached. Your Highness, the student union president is waiting in the gymnasium. Please meet him. The prince hesitated. But I was told to go to the conference room. The boy shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it's about the support meeting. Please check. The prince agreed and entered the gymnasium. But instead of the president, a boy stood there with anger in his eyes. Don't come closer. If you get even a scratch, it will dishonor the royal family. Your entire family will be punished. He pulled out a knife. Because of your royal family, my father was executed. I will take revenge on you. He lunged at the prince. The prince recalled bitterly, Incidents like this have happened to me many times. That's why I withdrew from the world, always cautious, always suspicious of others. Just then, voices echoed from the basketball court. Don't think you're stronger. You'll lose. The prince smiled faintly, watching the students play. I hope what I fear never comes true. Suddenly, Aishwarya shouted, Your Highness, look out! Xing's attention snapped to the prince. In that moment, the prince stumbled and fell straight into Xing's arms. Both of them blushed, embarrassed. Aishwarya smirked. Just as I expected, the personal bodyguard saves the prince. The game continued. A student threw the ball into the basket and shouted, "I win!" But his eyes lingered on the prince and Xing, who were still close together, confused and flustered. The prince whispered, "Thank you." Xing replied quickly, "It's nothing." Aishwarya laughed. "Why does the atmosphere feel so strange?" Later, as they rested, she said, "It's been so many days since we were all together. Who would have thought we'd bond like this?" Then she remembered. SMS's birthday is coming soon. Xing nodded. "Yes, you're right." The prince checked his messages. It was from Secretary Anil. She wrote, "On his birthday, His Highness will celebrate with his favorite person. The rest of us will be pushed aside." Aishwarya sighed. "So what if we celebrate before his birthday? Elections are coming, he'll be busy. Let's give him joy now." The prince looked at the message, startled. "This club means so much to me. Why do I feel uneasy? My face betrays me." Another advisor said, "He's already burdened with elections. We shouldn't trouble him further." But Aishwarya insisted. "No, I agree. It's been too long since we spent time together. We've missed so much." One of them added, "I heard your family runs a hotel and your uncle cooks wonderfully. Why don't we go to your restaurant tonight?" Xing grew nervous at the suggestion. The restaurant plan was canceled. Xing explained nervously, "Something happened at home, so the restaurant won't open tonight. Maybe we can go next week, or somewhere else now if you want." He tried to cover the situation, but the prince stood up firmly. "No need. Your date isn't important. The bride's party already has one of its key generals, Yunus Khan." The prince's gaze grew sharp, and the chapter closed. In the next chapter, the bride praised Yunus Khan. "I must thank your son. Without him, I would never have uncovered the enemy's plot. At such a young age, he already knows how to turn foes into allies and use situations to his advantage. Like father, like son." The general smiled humbly. "You flatter him too much. He is not so courageous, just different," the bride reminded. "Only 1 month remains before this campaign ends. Are your preparations ready?" The general replied, "Please don't worry. You made me head of the army, and I've waited for this moment. I will not fail you." Meanwhile, the prince confronted Xing. "You've told your father too much about us." Xing was shocked. "No! I never revealed anything about you. Believe me, I never meant to lie." The prince pressed further. "Then what about your father knowing of your kidnapping?" Xing admitted quietly. "Yes. Once, when I was hospitalized after the Mumbai attack, I told him. He scolded me, ashamed of my weakness. Since then, I never mentioned you again. He never asked, never cared. Only the monitor later told me you had returned. That gave me peace." The prince thought, "I never realized how much he worried for me." Perhaps his silence was not betrayal, but pain. The monitor spoke up. "Yes, it's true. He was deeply concerned about you. When I explained, he finally found relief." The prince asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "If you had, I would have understood." But doubts lingered. "Is this truth or another carefully arranged deception?" Xing looked at the prince, uncertain. The prince said coldly, "Your father is known for serving the bride's faction. You knew they were enemies of the royal family. Why hide your identity from us?" Xing lowered his head. "I didn't think carefully. No one had ever treated me kindly before, not like you. I only wanted friendship." At that moment, Ishu stepped forward. "Your Highness, sometimes words must be spoken clearly. My identity as the daughter of Kailash Empire's wealthiest family kept us apart. You avoided me because of who I am, didn't you?" The prince apologized. Ishu continued, "Even so, I trusted you. I believed you would see beyond situations. And I believe him too. He hid his identity only to be your friend." The monitor agreed. "Thank you, Ishu," Xing thought. "She's amazing." The general's son bowed. "If my identity caused you trouble, I apologize, but may I still be your friend?" The prince and Xing exchanged glances. Their bond with the group was deep, but the prince shook his head. "Forgive me. We cannot remain friends." Everyone was stunned. Ishu grasped the general's son's hand. "If that's the case, then I must distance myself too. I cannot risk revealing His Highness's identity. Better we stay apart." She left, and the classroom fell silent. Xing called after her, "Wait!" But she was gone. The prince turned to Xing. "Are you disappointed in me too?" The prince looked at Xing with tears in his eyes. "How could I ever be disappointed in you? What you did was for everyone's good." Xing embraced him tightly. "I told you. I will always stand by your side. You will never be alone." Both of them held each other, comforted by the bond they shared. Meanwhile, the monitor reassured the group. "Don't worry. Xing will take care of His Highness. Everything will be fine." Yet guilt lingered. "This was my fault," the monitor admitted. "His Highness carries a special status, privileges that bring both honor and danger. I should have been more careful." Later that night, emotions ran high. The monitor confronted NCP. "You embarrassed me. Do you realize how much anger you've caused?" NCP bowed his head. "Thank you for telling me. But do you trust me at all?" The monitor softened. "I don't doubt you. I know you're loyal." Looking up at the sky, the monitor confessed, "At first, when I learned your true identity, I suspected you. But then I saw your courage. Even though you're timid, even though you tremble at times, when it matters most, you overcome fear to protect your friends. That is your strength. You've proven yourself trustworthy." NCP's eyes filled with tears. "Forgive me. I'm not as good as you think." He remembered his father's harsh words, the rejection that cut deep. "He said I wasn't worthy to be his son, but I swear I never betrayed anyone. I only wanted friendship." The monitor took his hand. "You fought your father in your own way. You protected us. That matters. You've worked hard, and I see your heart clearly now. Don't cry. Lean on me if you must." Days passed quietly. Basketball games, ordinary routines, nothing unusual, but tension grew. One evening, NCP was struck down by his father's anger. "You're not worthy of being my son." Yet the monitor defended him. He may fear his father, but he fought back in his own way. He saved us. That courage is real. For the first time, NCP felt truly understood. "She cares for me. She sees my feelings. No one has ever done that before." The monitor smiled gently. "All right, enough tears. Rest on my shoulder. But remember, His Highness's condition is worsening. Only 1 month remains before the election. If he loses, I don't know what decisions he'll be forced to make. We must help him." NCP thought deeply. "There's no escape now. I cannot hurt my family, but I cannot let my friends suffer either. I must protect them. I must decide what to do." The secretary warned the prince, "Your profile is rising quickly. I fear Dolan will act soon, perhaps using military power. Richa Singh is already working to expose him, but she must stay close." The prince replied, "I've already informed Xing. He will investigate what is happening with Liza Hussein and find where the problems lie. I trust him to bring us the truth." Yet in his heart, the prince worried. "It's been a whole day. He hasn't sent me a single message. Has he forgotten me? Perhaps he's just busy." Then his phone vibrated. It was a message from Xing. Relief washed over him. "Yes, he's busy with his task. But when he ignores me, I grow angry. And right now, I'm angry." In the chat, Xing wrote, "Did you finish your work?" The prince answered curtly, "No." Xing teased, "Did you miss me?" The prince replied, "Not at all." But then Xing revealed, "I've planned a surprise. I'm waiting for you at the Sealai Hotel." The prince frowned. "A hotel? Why there? Surely he wants to discuss something he cannot say inside the palace." Later, they arrived together at the hotel. The prince whispered, "You didn't even turn on the lights." Xing smiled. "You told me I had to submit my homework tonight. This is my homework." The prince blushed. "Homework? What kind of homework needs lights off? Xing stepped closer. Quiet. I'm your boyfriend. I promised I'd complete my homework, and tonight I will. But through the wall, voices echoed. General In was speaking with another man. I didn't expect you to hide in a hotel. You shame me. You have more than one hideout, don't you? Xing quickly pulled the prince closer, guiding him to the adjoining room. Teacher, this is my homework. Please check it. The prince listened silently as General In continued. Mr. Long, we heard you kidnapped the richest man's daughter, but nothing came of it. Mr. Long replied, You're right. Our army was weak. We needed funds, so we tried kidnapping her. But don't worry. Once we win the election, we'll repay you with money. General In laughed. Then let's celebrate. In 3 days, I'll host my 10th anniversary as general. You must attend. I even have a gift prepared for you. Mr. Long grinned. I can't wait. 3 days is too long. The prince, hidden nearby, thought anxiously. So General In doesn't know who Xing truly is. He believes Mr. Long is someone else. This is dangerous. Xing squeezed his hand. Don't be nervous. I'm here. The prince looked at him astonished. When did Xing become so responsible, so trustworthy? He's changed so quickly I didn't even notice. After the generals left, Xing explained, I arranged another keycard earlier so we could enter and listen. I checked the CCTV, studied the room's layout, and made sure everything was safe. That's why I brought you here. The prince kissed him deeply. This is your report. Thank you. You've earned full marks for your homework. Xing blushed, overwhelmed. Finally, the prince concluded, Julian, the high-ranking officer, will surely invite the royal family to his show. He's gathering armies. There must be a scheme. But remember, he still holds the army my grandfather lost 10 years ago. That debt must be repaid. Xing dreamed of kissing the prince, holding his hand and pulling him close. Just as he began to undress him, the phone rang, shattering the dream. Xing woke, startled. What kind of dream was that? He checked the phone. It was the prince calling. The prince's voice was urgent. Help me! Xing's heart raced. How could I dream of him like that while he's in danger? He answered quickly. Hello? The prince, irritated, replied, Good morning. Your attendance is required. But then he noticed Xing's heavy breathing. Are you all right? What happened? Xing tried to hide his feelings. Nothing, I'm fine. The prince sensed the truth. So he dreamed of me too, just as I have dreamed of him. He whispered, Xing, I've never told you this, but I've loved you in my dreams as well. They shared a tender moment over the phone. Xing pleaded, No matter the distance, whether oceans or flames, please let me stay by your side. He kissed the phone, and the prince did the same. Nishan Singh, I love you. The next evening, General In hosted a grand banquet. Guests complained, There's no signal here. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed, I love you. Everyone turned, confused. Rumors spread. Some said the prince was away on a business trip. Others whispered he had already arrived. General In welcomed him. Your Highness, it is an honor to have you as our chief guest. The prince thought grimly, Why am I here? What trap awaits? Xing leaned close and whispered, They haven't hidden anything. Stay calm. General In raised a glass. 10 years ago, when I first took office, I vowed to open this bottle of red wine on a day of great joy. Tonight, I fulfill that promise. The guests toasted, drinking the aged wine. Moments later, they collapsed, clutching their heads, unconscious. Soldiers surrounded the prince, guns aimed. What is this? The prince demanded. General In smirked. Mr. Long poisoned the wine, not to kill, only to weaken. We did not do this. He did. We only wished to protect you. But Valon laughed. So you want me to replace His Highness, to make your work easier? Clever plan. If I kill him now, the people will believe it was revenge. No one will suspect. He lit a cigarette. I've already arranged everything. My men are coming. Tonight, your reign ends. General In chuckled. Thank you, Valan. You've made my job easier. Your soldiers attacked my villa, but I'll tell the people they came to assassinate His Highness. And now all of your army belongs to me. I'll say I tried to save him, but failed. The people will believe me. The prince was surrounded, guns pointed at his chest. General In declared, Your death will be the perfect highlight of this play. Shing grabbed the prince's hand. What do we do? The prince whispered calmly, Don't worry, we've prepared traps of our own. Stay with me until our allies arrive. Delay them. Shing thought desperately. Father, how could you do this? I feel powerless. I cannot move. But he held the prince's hand tighter. This was all arranged by Dolon, wasn't it? That's why he never came to your station. General In mocked the prince. You are not worthy to even speak Dolon's name. 10 years ago, if not for your grandfather and the royal council, I would have been cast aside. They said I had no place in the royal family. But Lord Dolon valued me, gave me strength, and I swore to repay his kindness. The prince thought grimly. I never imagined Dolon could inspire such loyalty. But time is running out. Why haven't our allies arrived yet? General In laughed. Do not wait for your cousin Chandan. He cannot come. I already knew His Highness was planning something. Days ago, I saw him at my secret meeting with Minister Long. I placed guards at every hideout. And now, I have news. Your cousin's train to Milan City has met with disaster. He is gone. Your secret pawn has been removed. The prince staggered at the revelation, nearly collapsing, but Shing caught him. General In sneered. All signals are blocked. No one outside can reach you. Accept the truth, you are finished. Soldiers raised their guns. Bow your head, loser. Just then, NCP stepped forward, blocking the attack. 10 years ago, Father, you promised to protect lives, to let people live in peace. But look at you now, betraying your oath. You are not worthy to be a general. General In roared, Silence! You are nothing but a coward! He swung his fist, but NCP grabbed his hand, stopping him. Tears streamed down his face. The worst moment of my life was when you tried to kill me. But worse than death is living without courage, never making my own choices. These people behind me, they are my friends. If you harm them, you prove you are unfit to lead this nation. I cannot stand with you. He pointed to the prince and Shing. They care for me. Shing always protects me. His Highness always stands for truth. They inspire me to be better. I want to be like them. General In faltered, shaken by his son's words. Perhaps I am not worthy to be a general. But then, in anger, he shoved NCP aside. Coward! You are not fit to be my son! The prince rushed to support NCP, holding him close. General In raised his gun, ready to fire, when suddenly a voice rang out. Your heir? Your heir? How is he? Everyone froze. The prince was moments away from death when footsteps echoed through the hall. Relief washed over him. Thank goodness. I couldn't have endured much longer without help. Songshu's army stormed in, surrounding the enemy soldiers and taking them hostage. General In froze, shocked. How is this possible? I sabotaged the train they were meant to arrive on. A voice rang out. It's been a long time, General In. The figure stepped forward. It was Principal Song himself. The prince smiled. You've worked hard to reach us. General In's father stared in disbelief. 13 years have passed since I last saw this boy. He's grown into an honest general. General In muttered, No, this can't be. My plan was perfect. The prince replied calmly, You thought everything was flawless, but it was only a trick. We knew you were watching us, so we staged false moves to mislead you. While you believed the army was on the train, the real forces came by another route. You underestimated us. General In trembled. The prince continued, If you kill us here, hundreds of innocents will die. Even if you seize power, the people will rise in rebellion. Civil war will consume the empire. Is that the legacy you want? The hall fell silent. Then, one by one, voices rose from the crowd. I will support the royals! A young girl spoke first, then others followed. We stand with His Highness. Hands lifted across the room in solidarity. Xing smiled. General In, forgive me, but we planned for this long ago. We replaced the poisoned wine with harmless drinks mixed only with sleeping herbs. The people were never in danger. The crowd gasped in relief. So His Highness was protecting us all along. General In turned to his son, furious. You betrayed me. NCP, with tears in his eyes, whispered, I'm sorry, Father, but I chose the right path. Shackles were placed on General In's wrists. He lowered his head. Even my own son has abandoned me. He looked at the prince one last time. 10 years ago, when I first saw you, you were naive, easy to manipulate. But now, you have allies, strength, and a light in your eyes that few possess. You were born to lead this nation. At the royal palace, the prince spoke with the queen. He has been sent back to China, to a place where his identity will remain hidden. That means he will surely help us in the future. The queen sighed with relief. Last night I was so worried. I feared you might make a mistake, even a small one. But I'm glad you are all safe. Thank you. She smiled warmly. Now you two have met again after so many days. Talk together. I won't disturb you. Just then their cousin Beezel entered, holding the queen's hand. Aunt, how are you? Grandpa and I miss you so much. The queen laughed. Look at you, such a big general now, but still with the habits of a child. Take care of yourself. Beezel grew nostalgic. I miss the days when we were young. His words brought joy to the queen. Meanwhile, Xing gently held the prince's hand. They looked at each other and smiled. The queen noticed. It's been so long since you and His Highness met. You should talk. Later, Beezel pulled the prince aside. My little cousin, let's go. This is the perfect time to talk about everything. The prince chuckled. You haven't changed at all. But Beezel grew serious. Promise me you won't sleep in his room tonight. The prince was confused. What do you mean? Beezel insisted. Sleep in the small room next door, just one night. Don't stay with him. Xing overheard, stepped forward and gripped the prince's hand tightly. I'll stay here tonight. That room is mine. And you? You are mine too. Beezel, watching them, asked bluntly, So what's your situation? Is that boy your boyfriend? Xing didn't understand, but the prince nearly choked on his drink. Beezel pressed further. When you see him, doesn't your heart race? Have you slept with him? The prince coughed, embarrassed. Beezel teased. Look at his strength, his muscles. Don't tell me you don't want him. His physical power is impressive. You'd enjoy it. The prince flushed red, unable to answer. Finally, the prince spoke from his heart. Being with Xing is no game. I want to stay with him forever. Xing smiled. Forever. Beezel laughed softly. First love is precious like treasure, but no matter how far we chase it, it slips away like Krishna himself, always beyond reach. Later, Beezel suggested, I've found a new game. Shall we play? The prince, drunk, nodded. All right. As Beezel wandered the halls, he muttered, Why is it so quiet here? Should I go inside? He opened the door slowly. Inside was his younger brother. I need to meet him. The prince, drunk and vulnerable, had poured out all his feelings. Beezel had advised him that if he truly loved someone, there was nothing wrong in being close to them. He encouraged Xing to go to the prince. That night, the prince lay on his bed, murmuring, Tonight I'll sleep here. He drifted off. Xing thought to himself, Why is this boy like this? Still, I should check on him. He entered the room and froze. The prince, intoxicated, was half undressed, drinking. his posture almost seductive. Xing blushed deeply, his face burning red. He tried to cover him, fumbling with clothes and blankets, but his heart raced. How can I do this? He's drunk. I should just carry him safely to bed. But then the prince suddenly pulled Xing close, whispering, "Stay with me." Xing's heartbeat thundered. The prince's belt loosened, his shirt falling open. Xing panicked. This is worse than last time. I need to talk to him. The prince tugged him closer, smiling faintly. Tell me, Xing. What do you feel? Xing struggled to resist. If this continues, I'll lose control too. The prince pressed against him, whispering, Stop talking nonsense. Xing pleaded, Save me from this. But the prince only looked into his eyes, then kissed him softly. I just want sweetness, like cotton candy. Xing tried to hold back, but tears welled in his eyes. His expression was so innocent, so vulnerable that Xing could no longer resist. I can't hold back anymore, he whispered, pulling the prince into a deep kiss. They pressed against each other, breathless. When they finally parted, Xing blushed furiously. Your taste? It's good. The two grew more intimate, their bond deepening in that quiet, fragile moment. The prince worried as he watched Xing in the water. He can't stay there too long or he'll fall ill. I shouldn't have let this happen. I feel guilty. He pulled Xing close, kissed him gently, and carried him in his arms. Come, let's go to bed. Later, as the prince rested in Xing's embrace, he noticed a file nearby. Curious, he opened it and froze. It was a real estate certificate. The holder's name was Xing. The location, by the river. The prince pressed his lips against the file. This isn't mine. It's yours. I bought it so you'd have a place to go whenever you felt troubled. A secret refuge, safe and peaceful. Xing hugged him tightly. If I have nowhere else to go, I'll come to you. You are my home. Hearing this, the prince suddenly broke down, crying like a child. What will happen to us? In front of others, I can't kiss you, can't hold you. I can't show the love I want to give. We're forced to stay apart. What if they separate us forever? Tears streamed down his face. Xing soothed him. We'll build a small secret house near the base. No one will disturb us. We'll live happily together. The prince smiled faintly, comforted, and carried Xing to bed. Soon after, a maid entered quietly. The queen was worried. She thought His Highness had drunk too much, so she came to check. But she saw you both were busy and returned. She asked me to bring you this soup and said she wishes to speak with you. If you're free, you should go. The prince hesitated, uneasy. What could she want to tell me? Meanwhile, whispers spread in the palace. They're investigating. Everyone involved will be caught, including you. Another voice added, I know how opinions change. It's easy. As long as there's no breaking news, people stay on one side, but once a scandal emerges, everything shifts. The prince frowned. So you mean they want to spread negative news? The reply came coldly. Yes. Even if there's no real scandal, they'll invent one. Remember? Prince Naresh had no negative news either, yet look what happened to him. The prince's heart sank. So this is their plan, to twist the truth, to turn the people against us. The prince had bought a secret house by the river in Xing's name, a place of refuge. That morning, they shared a peaceful breakfast together. Meanwhile, Dolan was shown opening his cigarette case, plotting silently. The prince, asleep, dreamed restlessly. In the dream, he sat troubled on his chair, weighed down by responsibilities. Xing appeared, urging softly, It's late. Come rest. On the prince's hand was a wedding ring, something that did not exist in reality. The prince whispered, We can't stop now. There's still so much to do. But Xing lifted him in his arms. I declare that His Royal Highness must step away from duty and focus on his private life. In the dream, ladies of the court watched them together. They look so good as a couple, one said. Another added, He should marry. Look how much he cares. The prince was startled. How do they know? Why are they all so cheerful about this? Xing nudged him playfully. Accept it. I'm not just your bodyguard, I'm your partner. Tonight your husband takes you to dinner. The prince blushed, confused. The dream shifted. Xing showed him a grand house by the river, their own home. The prince smiled in his sleep, comforted. Xing stroked his hair gently. He looked so peaceful. Perhaps he's dreaming something sweet. His mind is always burdened with tension. At least now he rests. Xing kissed his forehead. Sleep well. May you always dream happily. Bisol entered quietly, snapping a photo. They look so lovely together. My heart is full. But I feel lonely too. I've been single so long. Should I find love as well? The prince stirred awake, embarrassed. Because of you, I couldn't sleep properly, Xing teased him, tugging his ear. Later, the prince confronted Bisol. Did you deliberately make me drink too much last night? Bisol grinned. I only wanted you to rest. You needed a break from your endless duties. Did you sleep well? Xing remembered the tender moments of the night and smiled quietly. Just then a voice called from outside. Your Highness, I am Physician Anya. The prince invited him in. It was the same young man Dolan had mentioned earlier. Anya greeted them warmly. Good morning, Your Highness. His beauty startled even the prince. Xing muttered, Look closely. He's handsome, isn't he? His temperament reminds me of my brother. The prince hushed him. Quiet. He's different. The prince explained, Anya has been my mother's physician for 5 years. He knows her medical history well. With the recent flood, many illnesses have spread. The queen summoned him to check the situation. Anya nodded. Before leaving, I must conduct routine tests. I've already checked His Highness's physical condition. Now I must examine General 20 and Xing. Bisol volunteered eagerly. Check me first. Xing sighed. This boy always manages to trouble me. After examining Bisol, Anya turned to the prince. Now it's your turn. Please remove your shirt. The prince hesitated, thinking, if he sees my scars, he'll know too much. Finally, the prince said firmly, There's no need to check me. Anya paused, then understood. He bowed silently. The prince had booked Richa Singh's favorite place and planned to build a beautiful home there for Xing. Around the same time, Anya, the queen's trusted physician, entered the story. One morning, Anya was conducting a physical checkup for Xing. Lift your shirt a little higher, he instructed, tightening the band to measure properly. Xing felt uncomfortable, and the prince noticed. Yet strangely, whenever Anya examined Xing, the prince felt uneasy too, as if something was off. Anya finished and said, Your Highness, Xing's body is strong and resilient. He can endure any situation. That's why I have a request. I need an assistant for a few days. Could you allow him to help me? The prince was startled. Xing immediately clung to him. No, I won't go. I want to stay with you 24 hours a day. The prince sighed, torn between duty and love. After thinking carefully, he said, Xing, I'm deeply worried about the victims suffering in the flood. We don't have time to go ourselves, but they need hope. Wear the royal uniform and go in my place. Encourage them. Soon, Xing and Anya arrived at the relief station. People saw Xing in the royal uniform and cried out, The royal family has come. We will be saved. Their fear vanished instantly. Xing thought, My presence alone gives them hope. I must support them as much as I can. Anya directed the local doctors. Bring the injured patients here for examination. You already know their conditions. Monitor them closely. I'll handle the screenings outside. Everyone began working. A small boy approached Anya, crying. My head hurts so much. Doctor, I'm going to die. Please save me. Anya knelt and smiled gently. You'll be fine. Take this medicine and the pain will go. And if you stop crying, I'll give you a reward. A blue bracelet, given only to brave children. The boy gasped, stopped crying, and asked, Really? Will I get it? Anya nodded. Yes, but only if you're brave. Xing watched, amazed. I never imagined Anya was so kind. I thought working with him would be difficult, but he truly cares. Later, a seriously injured patient was brought in. Anya rushed to treat him, while Xing thought, medicine is such a hard field. Every decision must be made carefully, with time against you. Back at the palace, the queen reflected. Anya has always been like a son to me. He will be a great help in the future. I'm glad we have such a doctor. At the relief station, Xing carried boxes of supplies into the tent. I've stored all the medicines in the warehouse as the doctor instructed. Now I should see if I can help more, he thought. Inside, Anya was exhausted, nearly falling asleep from the endless work. Just then, a call came. Another patient had arrived. Anya tried to stand, but his legs gave way. Xing rushed forward, shocked. Doctor, Anya admitted, I'm too tired. Can you stay here for a while? I need to rest. Before Xing could answer, a familiar voice came from outside. Doctor, someone is looking for you. It was the prince. He entered, thanking Anya for his efforts. Xing's eyes lit up with excitement at seeing him. He quickly helped Anya to his feet. Doctor, stand properly, don't fall. Then he turned to the prince, circling him with joy. Why are you dressed like this? Where is your uniform? How is the work going? The prince explained. I came in disguise. If I arrived as the crown prince, word would spread and enemies would know. I wanted to see the situation quietly. Anya apologized. I was so tired that I asked the guard to hold me for a moment just to recharge. The prince frowned, hurt. So that's how you work, doctor? You've been struggling so much. He turned away angrily. It seems I came at the wrong time. I won't disturb you both. Xing panicked, chasing after him. Wait! But the prince kept walking, upset. Xing grabbed his hand, pressing him against the wall. What are you doing? The prince demanded. Xing laughed softly. Are you jealous? The prince snapped. No! Xing teased. You look so cute when you're jealous. The prince grew angry. Why are you laughing? Xing held him close. Dr. Anya only helped me because he was tired. There's no doubt between us. I belong to you, only you. The prince sighed, finally calming. All right. I wasn't jealous. I know you'd never betray me. I just couldn't control myself. Xing hugged him tightly from behind. Forget what others say. I only care about you. I missed you so much. The prince smiled. I heard you've been doing good work. You're truly capable. Xing brushed his hair aside and whispered, Did you come only to tell me that? The prince pulled him closer and kissed him deeply. I came to give you this, he said softly. The chapter opens with heavy rain. The storm grew so fierce that floods threatened to destroy everything. People cried out in panic. It's been days. Why hasn't the rain stopped? Is this the end? Xing awoke suddenly. The flood is here. Everyone get down and move out. Anya shouted in disbelief. How can this be happening? Xing urged. We must leave quickly. But Anya cried. Wait! I left all the medical supplies inside. The sick need them. I must go back. Xing grabbed his hand. Doctor, you lead the army out first. I'll go inside and bring the medicines. Anya hesitated, then nodded. Thank you, Xing. Meanwhile, at the Disaster Relief Command, Beasel explained the situation to the prince. Look at these danger points. The middle section near the riverbank is worst. The dam has already broken. The prince studied the maps, thinking, the relief teams have saved many lives. Xing left with the army. He must be safe. Suddenly, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, the flood has reached the station. Xing gathered everyone and led them out, but he went back inside for the medicines. Since then, we've lost contact. We fear he may not have survived. The prince froze, horrified. Call the helicopter. We're going there now. Beasel stopped him. If you go, what will happen to us? You are the crown prince. The nation needs you. Tears filled the prince's eyes. I can't stay here. I must save him. But Beasel pleaded, your duty comes first. Friendship and love need you, but so does the kingdom. Finish your responsibilities, then go." The prince collapsed at the computer, overwhelmed. "Xing, please hold on." He forced himself to focus. "We'll repair the broken points, strengthen the barriers, and save the people. Then I'll go to him." 2 days and 1 night passed. The rain lessened, though it still fell. The dams were repaired and reinforced with stronger barriers. Medical supplies reached the victims, and recovery began. The prince, exhausted and sleepless, checked the final reports. "Everything is stable now. I can go to Xing." Biesel asked softly, "Are you sure you're all right?" The prince whispered, "Nishan Singh." Tears filled his eyes as he rushed out. At the flood site, the prince called desperately, "Xing, where are you?" He looked down, and there he was. Xing lay unconscious, half submerged in the water. The prince cried out, "Nishan Singh!" The flood had left devastation everywhere. The prince searched frantically, calling out, "Xing! Nishan Singh!" He found him unconscious, lying in the water. Desperate, the prince pressed on his chest, trying to revive him. "Wake up! You'll be fine. I promise nothing bad will happen again. Please, don't leave me." He gave him CPR, but there was no response. Tears streamed down the prince's face. "You promised you'd always stay with me. How can you break that promise? Get up! Don't leave me!" He sobbed uncontrollably. Suddenly, Xing's body began to fade, breaking into fragments. The prince gasped as his form transformed into a butterfly that landed gently on his hand. "Is this you, Xing?" he whispered. The prince ran to the doctors, pleading for help, but it was only a dream. He woke, shaken, realizing it had all been a nightmare. "Thank goodness. It wasn't real." Determined, the prince boarded a helicopter to search for Xing. The nearest high ground is Tiffin Mountain. He must have gone there to survive. I won't rest until I see him with my own eyes. Through rain and storm, the prince climbed the mountain, calling out, "Nishan Singh, where are you?" Suddenly, soldiers attacked. The prince fought back, confused. "Who sent them? How did they know I was here?" He defended himself, but was struck, wounded. Just as he faltered, a figure appeared. Xing. He fought fiercely, knocking down the soldiers. "How dare you harm him?" he roared, his anger blazing. When the battle ended, the soldiers lay unconscious. Xing rushed to the prince, circling him with concern. "Your shoulder! Does it hurt? Where are you injured? Let me see." The prince grabbed his hand, trembling. "Is it really you? Did nothing happen to you? Have you truly come back to me?" Xing placed the prince's hand over his heart. "The wound is here. It hurts so much, but I kept thinking of you." Overcome, the prince kissed him. Xing kissed him back, their emotions overflowing. In that moment, the prince thought, "Our hearts are bound together. Nothing can separate us now." The prince and Xing had finally reunited after the storm. Holding him tightly, the prince whispered, "They tried to kill us, sending thugs to make it look like we died in the mountains. But I won't let them succeed." Only Anya knew the truth of what had happened, and suspicion lingered around him. Xing confessed softly, "I was used, but I survived because I kept thinking of you." The prince shook his head. "No apologies between us. I know you've endured countless hardships, but you came back. If you suffer, I suffer too. We are bound together." Tears filled his eyes. "From now on, we fight those who tried to use you against me. We'll destroy their schemes." Later, a message arrived. "Congratulations, the last mission is complete." Anya looked at a photo of the prince lying as if dead. Biesel noticed his strange behavior. Why is Anya so suspicious? Could he be behind this? Meanwhile, Anya himself thought, "The mission succeeded, but why do I feel no peace? Am I worthy to return to him?" The prince and Xing pressed on through the mountains. Rain made the path slippery, and the prince stumbled, injuring his leg. Xing immediately lifted him. I grew up in these mountains. Carrying you means we'll move faster. Don't worry, I'm happy to do this." He blushed, adding, "At least you won't get dirty while I'm here." The prince, overwhelmed, began to cry. "Do you know what this means? When I chose to become emperor, I accepted that my life had no value beyond duty, but I never imagined someone foolish enough to love me with all his heart would appear." Xing smiled. "And I never expected the crown prince would need me just to keep going." As they walked, Xing explained, "This is my home. I know the terrain. If anyone follows us, I can lead us through shortcuts. Don't worry, the villagers here are few, and no one will recognize you." Finally, they reached their destination. Xing called out joyfully, "Grandma, I'm here!" She was busy with her chores, but turned at the sound of his voice. "My child, you've come back!" The prince stepped forward. Grandma's eyes widened. "Who is this handsome young man?" Xing smiled proudly. "Grandma, this is mine." Xing thought nervously about bringing the prince to his grandmother's house. He feared how she might react, but the prince stepped forward politely. "Grandma, I'm Nishan Singh's classmate and friend. We came suddenly, so I couldn't bring you a gift. Please forgive me." Grandma laughed warmly. "If you've come, that itself is the greatest gift. Come inside, children." For the prince, it felt surreal. Only hours ago, he had fought for his life with Nishan Singh, and now he was sitting peacefully in his home, drinking coffee. "I never imagined I'd feel more at ease here than in my own palace," he thought. Grandma brought out an old photo album. "Would you like to see Nishan Singh's childhood pictures?" The prince's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes." She opened the album, showing photos of a thin, mischievous boy who loved climbing and playing. He was always full of energy but also excelled in studies. He even won the Outstanding Student Award in elementary school. The prince smiled, touched. His childhood was golden. If only I had shared such days with him when we were young. One photo showed a scar. The prince asked, "How did this happen?" Grandma explained, "He was climbing with his grandfather and fell. It bled badly, but he recovered. The mark remains." The prince's face filled with concern. Grandma noticed. "This boy truly cares for him," she thought. She remembered a conversation. "Once Nishan told me, 'Grandma, I like someone and he likes me too. I'll study hard and improve myself so I can stand proudly before him.'" Grandma realized now this was the boy. Later, Nishan rushed in, snatched the album, and teased, "Enough of these photos. Prince, it's your turn. Go freshen up." The prince laughed, but Grandma confronted Nishan. "So this is the one you told me about? You hid it from me." Nishan hugged her. "I was afraid you wouldn't accept us. Please don't be angry." Grandma sighed. "You foolish boy, he's a good man. Don't trouble him. I can see how much he cares for you." The prince overheard, smiling quietly. That night, he entered Nishan's room. It looked exactly as he remembered. Simple, familiar. He gazed at Nishan sleeping peacefully, noticing the faint scar on his body. "He's grown into someone so strong and beautiful. How strange that we found each other again, and that he loves me too." His heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, Nishan stirred, pulled him close, and whispered, "Your heartbeat woke me." They looked into each other's eyes. Evening had fallen. The prince went to shower, while Grandma asked Xing to help with dinner. "Don't wander around, child. Set the table and prepare what the prince likes." Xing smiled and began peeling potatoes, knowing they were his favorite. The prince returned, fresh from his bath, but slipped on the floor. Xing caught him instantly. "Careful, I won't let you fall." The prince frowned. "We're at home. You don't need to hold me like this. What if Grandma sees?" Xing replied softly, "I only want to keep you safe. You're tired. Let me hold you just for a while." Later, as the prince rested in Xing's arms, he felt warmth and comfort. "It's as if I've returned to childhood, safe and protected," he thought. But suddenly a voice called his name. He opened his eyes and saw his father. The prince was stunned. "Father? But you passed away long ago." He realized he was standing in the old chapel where he used to pray. His father's spirit smiled. "Don't misunderstand. I chose to remain here so I could stay close to you. Whenever you were sad, you came here, spoke to me, and I listened. If I had left, my little son would have been alone." Tears filled the prince's eyes. "From childhood to now, you gave me the greatest love. I cannot believe you left me. It must be my fault. My grief kept your soul from peace." His father embraced him. "This is the last time I can stay. My spirit must go, but I fear, who will care for my child when I'm gone?" The prince held him tightly. "Don't worry, father. I'm not alone anymore. Someone loves me as you did. This time I won't hold you back. This is my final farewell." The prince had bid farewell to his father's spirit, promising he was no longer alone. He had Xing by his side. His father asked gently, "Tell me, what kind of person is he?" The prince blushed. "His name is Xing. In Milan City, people feared him. Gangsters thought he was a monster, and even the academy students avoided him. He had no friends." The father frowned. "So you chose someone who seemed like a beast?" The prince quickly explained, "No, father. His reputation was misunderstood. In truth, he is strong, but kind. At first, our relationship was terrible. We fought constantly, mocking each other. Yet even then, I couldn't stop thinking about him. His presence eased my exhaustion. I didn't realize it then, but it was love." His father smiled knowingly. "That boy always stood by you, fearless and loyal. Even when you acted strangely, it was because you desired him. Two people so different, yet bound together. That is love." The prince's eyes filled with tears. "Father, I am happy now, truly happy. Saying goodbye doesn't hurt anymore." His father embraced him. "Don't work too hard, my child. You have always been my pride." With that, his spirit faded. The prince wept in his sleep. Xing wiped his tears, kissed his forehead, and whispered, "May you dream sweetly." Later that evening, Xing awoke to find the prince standing on the terrace, deep in thought. "Why are you up so early?" he asked. The prince replied, "I discovered who sent the men to attack us. They came from the Saiyan kingdom." Xing was shocked. The prince continued, "Saiyan has been plotting since my father ruled. When father weakened, they sought to seize Kailash and its resources. If they succeed, our people will suffer greatly." Xing asked, "Then what should we do?" The prince answered firmly, "We must step back only to leap forward. If we confront them now, they'll tighten their defenses, but if we wait, they'll turn against each other. That division will be our weapon." Xing kissed his forehead. "If you've found the path, I'll walk it with you." The prince nodded. "Then let's prepare." Xing thought silently. The chessboard is set. Now we wait to see who wins the game. Meanwhile, news spread across the city. Reporters claimed His Royal Highness had vanished in the flood. No official confirmation came, but rumors grew louder. Cameras turned toward Anya, demanding answers. He froze, unsettled. No one should know this yet. How did the news leak? Elsewhere, nobles watched the broadcast. One prince dropped his wine glass in shock. Anya muttered bitterly, "You wanted to run away, to hide behind another prince. Why then do you still remain?" At the royal palace, tension filled the halls. 2 days had passed, yet there was still no news of the crown prince. Rumors spread that he had perished in the flood, and villagers claimed to have found only his belongings. Many feared the worst. The queen remained silent, while nobles whispered anxiously, "Without the crown prince, who will lead us? What future awaits the royal family?" Some doubted the rumors. "It cannot be so easy for the prince to die. Someone orchestrated this." Dolan entered, feigning sorrow. As you know, chaos grips the nation. The queen is troubled by these rumors. Until the crown prince returns, I will handle affairs. Please remain calm. But relatives challenged him. If not for our late king, you would never have set foot in this palace. Do not pretend to rule. You benefit most from His Highness's supposed death. Surely this is your scheme. The crowd murmured in agreement. Dolan kept silent, though anger burned within him. Later, his manager whispered, "They still don't realize you will soon rule. The crown prince is gone, and none can replace him. You alone deserve the throne." Dolan paused, uneasy. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe he could die so easily. He was always resilient, impossible to defeat. Can it truly be so? Meanwhile, at Grandma's house, soldiers stormed in. "Search every corner," they ordered. Xing stood firm, shielding her. "This is my grandmother's home. What do you want?" The captain replied coldly, "You are the crown prince's personal guard. You are under arrest." They shackled him and dragged him away. Xing gave a faint smile, whispering, "It's happening just as you predicted, my prince." Elsewhere, the prince recalled their last conversation. Xing had said, "We must wait until the enemy is trapped in their own net. Only then will we strike." The prince nodded. "The rumor of my death will unsettle Dolan. He will not rest until he confirms it. That is when we will turn the tables." Xing had stroked his hair gently. "So tell me, when shall we move?" The prince answered firmly, "Not yet. Only we two must know the truth. When the time comes, we will act together." The prince and Xing debated their next move. Xing worried aloud, "If I disappear now, while the crown prince is missing, won't it be obvious that I was involved? My family vanished at the same time. It will look suspicious." The prince held his hand, troubled. Xing leaned closer. "What if they discover you're alive? I don't want to leave you, but I must stay here. Still, let me help. If the queen learns the truth, she will insist I remain by your side. I'll protect both you and her. Don't look at me like that. I want to stay close, always." He kissed the prince, whispering, "I want to rise with you, to share your life completely." The prince embraced him, tears falling. "But if something happens to you, if you're hurt where I cannot reach you, my heart will break." He kissed Xing's forehead. Xing replied firmly, "I must act. I cannot let you face danger alone." He urged the prince to speak, but when the prince stayed silent, Xing kissed him again, thinking, "May this end soon, so we can be together again." Suddenly, Xing was captured. Water was thrown over him as Dolan appeared. "Where is the crown prince?" he demanded. Xing answered calmly, "When the flood struck, I was trapped. I escaped to the mountains, then returned home. I had no contact with the prince. Later, I heard he had died." Dolan sneered. "You know nothing. Then you are useless." He ordered Xing's execution, but before harm could come, the queen arrived. "How dare you interrogate the crown prince's personal guard without my knowledge? Would you have killed him?" She took Xing under her protection. Later that night, the queen wept before him. "My son, I cannot believe he is gone. You must have suffered greatly." Xing saw her frailty, aged and worn by grief. Tears filled his eyes. She whispered, "Thank God you survived. Tell me, did you truly not meet him?" Her secretary pressed, "If you know anything, please share. You are our only hope." Dolan watched from the shadows, suspicious. His manager whispered, "You deliberately let the queen take him. Now he will speak before her." Dolan remained silent, plotting. He ordered, "Call Anya, bring him to the queen. She trusts him, and her health is failing." Meanwhile, in another chamber, a servant announced, "Your Highness, Someone has come to see you." The nobles were startled. "Who dares enter now?" A cloaked figure stepped forward. The prince frowned. "Who are you?" The stranger removed his mask. "It has been long since we met, Your Highness." The nobles gasped. It was the crown prince himself, alive. The next day, the queen and her attendants waited anxiously. Suddenly, Prince Valyu arrived. The queen cried out with excitement, "Bring him inside!" Xing wondered silently why she was so eager. Until now, she had remained calm. Prince Valyu sat down and spoke gravely. "I heard about the crown prince. May his soul rest in peace. He was a noble prince and my dear friend. But you must be careful, Your Majesty. Dolan has his own motives and he will not stop." The queen wept. "Many ministers are whispering already. But Dolan cannot harm me openly. If he does, suspicion will fall on him." Prince Valyu reassured her, "Take care of your health. If you suffer, the crown prince, wherever he is, will be deeply saddened." Later, servants brought clothes and ointments for Xing. As he reached for them, the prince pulled him close and kissed him. "Is it really you?" he whispered. They embraced tightly. "I missed you so much," the prince confessed. Plans were already underway. "Soon, Dolan will sit on the throne," the prince explained. Xing asked, "Does the queen know you are alive?" The prince nodded. "She has placed all her hopes in me. I could not hide the truth from her. She recognized me immediately. Her instincts are sharper than yours." Meanwhile, Prince Valyu prepared his own schemes. He arranged for reporters to interview Anya, hoping to expose him. Only Anya can be defeated by Valyu, the whispers spread. But Valyu himself grew restless. "Why hasn't he come yet? Could it be that the crown prince is secretly with his lover?" He chased after Anya, demanding answers. "How long will you remain silent? What do you truly want?" Anya tried to leave, but Valyu shouted after him. "Do you remember the tattoo? The bird I had inked upon your chest to mark you as mine?" Memories returned. Valyu had once told him, "If you dislike your birthmark, let me turn it into something beautiful. This tattoo will be ours alone. My love for you will remain eternal, close to your heart." Now, Valyu pulled Anya close again. "The tattoo is still there. You cannot lie to me. Tell me the truth." Anya revealed it, and Valyu saw the mark. His voice trembled. "So it's true. You did love me." He embraced Anya tightly. The palace was in shock. Whispers filled the hall. How could anyone negotiate with such a man? Suspicion spread like wildfire. Dolan tried to defend himself. "I sought trust from the Saiyan kingdom. That is why I arranged a meeting with General Hin. I never imagined it would come to this." Anya remembered Prince Valyu's words. "The next target must be clear. Only when our land is secure and prosperous will I rest." But the crown prince suddenly appeared, alive, and confronted Dolan. "We never thought you would lie at my funeral. These are the very men who attacked me. General Visal has already investigated and confirmed their ties to the Saiyan government. You betrayed your own country." The hall erupted. Guards seized Dolan. The prince declared, "Because I have returned, your agreements with foreign generals mean nothing." Dolan shouted defiantly, "Even if you capture me, you cannot win." The prince replied coldly, "Thank you for reminding me." At that moment, General Hin himself appeared, pressing a gun to Dolan's head. "You fool," he muttered. Dolan stared in disbelief. Then, from the shadows, Leah Singh stepped forward. "Yes, it is I. I have returned from hell to avenge my brothers. 14 years ago, 13 soldiers and I gave our lives for Kalis. But I survived. Now I will destroy you and your Saiyan dogs." The crowd gasped. He was dead, wasn't he? The prince explained, "They were loyal from the beginning. We investigated everything. Soon all evidence will prove Leah Singh innocent." Confusion spread. Dolan realized the situation was over. Perhaps he seeks redemption for his sins, the prince thought. But Leah Singh whispered, "It's finished. All of it." Chan Singh looked on, thinking, "Good. Dolan betrayed the nation. Now justice will be served." Dolan was dragged to the royal prison to face trial. The queen watched, tears streaming down her face. "Do you see, my son? You have grown strong. You can protect us now." But in the corner, Value muttered bitterly, "Why has no one spoken my name? Prince Value, help me. Save me, so we can live our lives together." This is the last chapter of The Royal Prince. First Love Season 1. The story itself is not ending. Only the first season concludes here. The author has promised that Season 2 will begin in December. Until then, we wait. In the last chapter, the Crown Prince exposed Dolan's betrayal. Dolan realized his mistakes and revealed the location of General Hin, who will emerge as the main villain in Season 2. Meanwhile, Anya feared what fate awaited him. Anya thought bitterly, "A dog that bites its master. What does the master do with it?" General Hin looked at him and laughed. Anya's heartbeat raced wildly, as if it might explode. He could barely stand. Prince Value noticed from afar, worried. Anya whispered to himself, "Am I about to pay for my sins today?" Value rushed to him. "Ngoni!" he cried. Anya looked at him, longing. "Call me Ngoni once more. That was all I ever wanted." Memories of their time together flooded back. Value held his hand firmly. "I will never let go," he vowed. Anya smiled faintly. "Next time, bring me back here. It's such a beautiful place." But then he shouted, "Run! This place is about to explode!" Value froze in shock, refusing to leave. Beasel dragged him away, shouting, "We must escape now!" The queen was also hurried out by Boss Mu. Xing called to the prince, but the prince's eyes remained fixed on Anya. The blast tore through the building. Everyone escaped, except the prince and Dolan. Later, reports reached General Hin. "Target N98 has been destroyed. The chip implanted inside has been obliterated." Hin smirked. "So is this the end of the story? No. Tanan is still too weak to face me." Rescue teams searched the ruins. Beneath the rubble, the prince struggled to breathe. Dolan lay over him, shielding him. "Dolan, did you save me?" the prince whispered. Dolan, weak but resolute, replied, "I always knew you could do this. Even when the queen pretended not to cry, I knew it was your plan." The prince asked, "Then why save me? Why not think of yourself?" Dolan had no answer. Just then, Xing arrived, crying out, "Tanan!" He embraced the prince tightly. "Thank God you're alive. I thought it was my fault. I should never have left your side." Boss Mu and Li Cha-shang rushed in. "Dolan, what happened to you?" they cried. Dolan remembered old conversations. Li Cha-shang teasing him about Lisa's pregnancy. Boss Mu joking crudely about royal marriages. Dolan had resisted, refusing to let his daughter be used.